Hi, what's up? Before I do anything else, before I start blabbing about random stuff, let me just link to the poll right away. Yes. Okay. There it is. No, it's not pasting. It pasted. There it is. The poll. You can answer it now. It's another character popularity poll. Now with the new updated episode 7 characters. You know the drill. Vote for 5 characters. And what was the other thing? Recency bias is encouraged and all that stuff. I'm gonna leave that one there for a while. And in the meantime, I can put this up so you can see it. In case you don't have a blue sky, or don't check blue sky, or don't give a fuck about social media or whatever. You are in your rights, and you should probably be encouraged to be that way. Here we go. This one is almost a 4:3 ratio. It isn't, because I never bothered to do the dimensions right, but check it out. This is the image for episode 8. For now. I might do another one, because I had to do a spoiler-free one. This one is nice, I like it. Now let me see. I'll do the voting myself. I will admit I didn't put every single character that was added in this one. What Saturday is gonna be after umineko's all over? After umineko's black and white and red and mission all over? It's gonna be dropping frames like it is right now. Ah! Okay, it stopped. Is it gonna be doing this the entire time? We're not even 10 minutes in. I am going to turn this stream off if it keeps doing it. I don't care, I'm gonna cancel the whole thing. You're never gonna find out how Umineko ends because of the frames. Guys, you know, I have nothing against sports or whatever, but I fucking hate the World Cup because it always makes my internet eat shit. It's been like this since the World Cup started. Nobody's playing right now, but there's usually some post-game nonsense going on, and everybody's got their TVs on, and they're using internet because you need internet to watch TV these days, because that's how modern TV works. Because the world is great and awesome. Okay, so I was gonna vote. What's it gonna be now on Saturdays? Probably... I don't know, there's gonna be like 1 or 2 weeks of... maybe 3 weeks of just short games that are not RPGs, and then maybe another visual novel, we'll see. But not Umineko, and it's not gonna be nearly as long. Oh yeah, Higambana. I don't know if I want to stream Higambana. Even as somebody who streamed the entirety of episode 4, I don't know if I want to stream Higambana. Because Higambana comes in swinging. It's the most I came in swinging work Ryukishi has made. Yeah, immediately. Like, the very first part of the story is the heavy content. I played all of them. Am I exaggerating? No. No, I played all of them. I haven't played all the DLCs, but I played all of them. I played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The crossover, the investigations games, and the Great Ace Attorneys. If I do another visual novel, I know what I'm doing. I know for sure what I'm doing. I already have at least 2 of them lined up. Okay, so I haven't done any of this. Let me see, I'm gonna put... Oh yeah, as I mentioned in the poll, I did not add Claire. Some people might want to kill me because I didn't add Claire. I'm gonna claim that Claire does not count as a new character. I'm not taking votes away from Battle just to add a new version of Battle. If you want to vote for Claire, you vote for Battle. Because even in the story of the flashback, Claire refers to herself as Beatrice. Yes. And with a lot of recency bias. Still. The final one is gonna be for all the marbles. No more recency bias. When we're done with episode 8, or when we're close to the end and we do another poll, that's gonna be the one where you decide for real which one are your favorite characters. And yet I have Leon. Interesting. I'm joke. Good one. Thank you. I did get a little emotional doing it. Because like, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've been like, man, we still got like 2 more months of umineko to go. I'm never going to be finished with this thing. And then I started doing this drawing and I got emotional. I want to live in Rokkenjima. I was the crying balloon. 7 episodes, yeah. I did add Italian Beatrice though. You might notice that she's there because she is like a whole ass full-formed new character. She's not a new like Sona of anybody else. She's not an alter ego. She's just a new character. Young Sheldon. No, young Kinso is just Kinso. If you like young Kinso, you can vote for Kinso. And okay, granted, I did not add all of the new ons. I didn't add Manon, I didn't add Lunon, I didn't add all the servants that look like the stakes of purgatory. That's the one where I apologize. I didn't add that one. Italian Beatrice. Wow! She's fascist? Let's go! I kind of like that. One of these Polish shirts. Knuckles the Echidna or something like that to see if anybody noticed. But then what if they vote for Knuckles the Echidna? That's the problem. I don't want them to vote for a joke. for a joke character. What was the name of the BL? Was it just Belne? It was, right? I think it was Belne. I think of the real human ones, I think Belne was my favorite, because it was really funny that she went all in on the myth of Beatrice, and she just started indoctrinating every new servant into it. She was like Beatrice's strongest soldier. That's why, I mean, Boat Guy is awesome. We know this. This is just true. I don't think Battler is gonna win on this one, because he was barely in the song. We could add... Not you, not you, not you. We could add you, actually. We'll see. I'm currently at 3. I don't know who to vote for now. You... 4. Okay, I think I got it. I think I'm gonna go with these. I'm satisfied. Almost won. He almost appeared, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna vote for these. Oh, the characters that I hate. Fuck. I always forget that I added the stupid poll, and I didn't even add the new characters. Does anybody here hate Will or Leon or Italian Beato? You can add them in others. Sorry. I think I can add them right now, and you don't have to revote. So you can just put them in others if you want to, and it'll just count anyways. I'll just do the math properly. But how likely is it? Let's be real. Who's gonna hate on poor old Will and Leon? Will. Oh no. Oh no. Italian Beato, though. Somebody might actually hate on that character. You never know. So there we go. There. If I refresh the link, do they appear? Yes, there they are. Okay. If you haven't voted, you can just refresh and they'll pop up. If you haven't submitted your vote, I should say, and your previous thing will still stay saved. We got you, we got you, we got you. Oh, you, of course, of course. And you. And then it becomes difficult. Then we start having problems. Oh, wait, never mind. You. And... who else? No, 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 no. I legitimately don't know who else I want to add. I mean, I might just go for the full set here. I'm gonna go for the full set. Yes, okay. I'm done. I'm done. I did it. It is done. Recency bias mode. Yeah, me too. The problem with this episode is that pretty much every single character in the story did stuff. There's only like 5 characters that didn't do anything. Like Battler and Ronald barely appeared. Virgilia barely appeared. And Lanor didn't appear. Erika doesn't exist anymore. And the Chasters. Option uno. Whoops, my bad. That was a funny thing that I slip of the finger, I guess. Well, that's it. I'll leave it sitting there for a while. And now I begin. I begin the story, the game, the final game. Game number 8. Twilight of the Golden Witch. Let's go. Are you ready? Good morning. To think that this is goodbye brings me great sadness as well. Oh no. I have prepared a farewell party for this night. It's Dot Hack 2. No! You're right. There. I have prepared a farewell party for this night. There will be a game tournament as well, so I ask that you participate with vigor. Like pepper, the difficulty comes in tiny yet spicy grains. Why not participate yourself, now at the very end? Why not? What was that? Why was there, like, clanging of chains in that part? Interesting. Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel. A big brother and a little sister. The big brother, who would never return from that day 12 years in the past. And the little sister, who waited all alone 12 years in the future. However, the big brother knew everything, understood everything. And the little sister knew nothing, understood nothing. So, no matter how much time passed, the little sister remained as the girl she had been 12 years before. She remained the 6-year-old girl forever. Her sobs into his chest finally subsided. She quietly waited for his next words. After patting her head gently, the big brother fished around inside his shirt pockets. Then he took that out. Are you listening, Anje? Take good care of this. What is it? A key? Badler took a large key attached to a necklace out of his pockets, then held it out to Anje. It was large enough to cover his entire palm. And little Anje probably wouldn't even be able to wrap her hand all the way around it. The key glittered gold and had a beautiful, intricate design. Its weight alone made it clear that this key was something very important. Badler put the necklace around Anje's neck. This precious key is yours alone. What's it for? Oh look, it's Anje. It's little Anje. They finally made a portrait for little Anje. She's real at long last. The time to use it will come soon. When it does, you'll have to decide for yourself. Understand? Of course, she didn't have a clue what Badler was saying. But she did realize that he was telling her to take good care of this key. So, Anjay nodded, at least in response to that part. In her hands, the key had felt heavy. However, now that it was around her neck, it felt as light as an ordinary necklace. How strange. Okay, let's go. Where to? She had been sure that her brother was about to sit down. After all, just a second ago, he said he'd tell her what happened on Rokenjima on that day. She had expected him to tell her here. On that day, on that island. Just what is it that happens? I thought you were going to tell me about that, Oni-chan. Absolutely. And you'll be given the chance to listen. However, to you, it might not feel as though you're merely listening to a story. What does that mean? What you really want isn't to know what happened on that island on that day. So, he does understand, after all. What happened on that island that day? Trying to answer that question was all I was capable of. So I wish for nothing more. But if I could, I'd want to go there. To that island. On that day. To Rokenjima. On that day I couldn't go. To the Yoshinomiya family mansion. To Mom and Dad. To all the cousins, all the relatives, and everyone else. I want to go back to that island on that day. So I remained the way I was on that day. My heart and soul stopped, stuck as a 6-year-old's forever. I want to go home. I know. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, everyone. I want to go home, to where everyone is. That's why I've decided to invite you there. Huh? Your Oni-chan is the game master now. Only those who know everything about the game board can open it up and invite pieces in. So, I'll invite you to come to the game board. You'll take me to Rokenjima on that day? That's right. I'll invite you to the Rokenjima of 1986. Will I be able to see everyone? Of course. Even though my memory is fake, and I can't remember anyone's face clearly. You'll remember soon enough. And though it'll be a reunion after 12 years for you, it'll only happen a short gap for us. Everyone will welcome you. When you finally return from the distant future, everyone will welcome you. Will I be able to stay there forever? This way, I can be with everyone forever. This is the goal I'm supposed to reach. Anjay, listen to me carefully. But Badler spoke in an admonishing tone, as though warning me that this was a dream that wouldn't be granted. The Rokenjima family conference usually ends after a single night. Because of the typhoon that day, the boat couldn't come, and it lasted 2 nights. So, when the typhoon passes, I'll have to leave the island again? Not exactly. That decision is yours as well, Anjay. You'll decide that yourself. I understand, of course. I don't exist on that island on that day. It's a miracle just to be invited there like this. Just the 2 days before the typhoon passes. Getting those 2 days to myself is already the sort of miracle that will never come again. If I'm greedy enough to ask for more, a faint miracle might vanish. Even though I thought this, my young heart, that was still 6 years old, wasn't satisfied with such a short-lived miracle. I don't want to leave. I know. I'll be with everyone forever. I'll stay with my family. Even if Onichan says I have to head back, I'll stay on Rokkenjima. You can stay or you can leave. But it's not as though one of those is the right choice. That's not how it works, Anjay. Even so, you'll let me choose? Yes. That's what the key is for. Badler touched the glittering key that hung from Anjay's neck. I've already made my decision. You don't have to decide now. The time to choose will come soon. When it does, you must use your honest heart to choose how you'll use that key. You don't need to listen to anything your Oni-chan tells you. You're free to choose your answer in any way you like. However, if you're a good kid, and if you can trust your Oni-chan, if I can, then believe everything Oni-chan says. I'll believe all of it. That will lead to the best choice for you. Listen to your Oni-chan's words and believe everything. Can you do that? I don't know. That's good enough. Believe whatever you want to. That's also a choice you can make. If I don't believe Oni-chan, will I wake up from this dream? That won't happen. So don't worry. For some reason, Anjay was suspicious of her brother and scared of him. Her wish was to remain on that island on that day, together with her family, forever. She was afraid that once she got her 2 miraculous days, her brother might tell her to be satisfied with that and return to 12 years in the future all alone. I already told you. There is no right decision. You can go, or you can stay. That's for you to decide. And you don't need to make your decision right now. And no one will force me to make either choice. Of course. And Oni-chan won't tell me to go back to the future. There is a choice your Oni-chan wants you to make. Even so, Oni-chan wants to respect your decision and let you reach it on your own accord, regardless of what it happens to be. And I just told you, I've already made my choice. And I just told you, now isn't the time to choose. When will it be time? The key will tell you. The large gold key hung from Anjay's neck. Her small hand held it tightly. At that moment, she noticed a book lying on the chapel's altar. The book had a lock on it and was sealed, so that it could not be read without a key. Anjay looked between the key hanging at her chest and the book on the altar. Will this key unlock that book? Don't touch that book. His sudden, forceful response made Anjay flinch. Badler, realizing he had scared Anjay, softened his expression. Come on, let's go. I'm inviting you to come back to October 4th, 1986. Okay. Badr held out his hands and Anjay gripped it tightly. Then they started walking. A brilliant light lay beyond the chapel's door. That blinding light peeked in through the cracks and around the door. The brother and sister began to walk through to the other side. Welcome back, Anjay. This will be the last time. I'm opening this game board one last time for you. The final opening. Yeah. Ah! Fall! 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 Once again, Captain Kawabata's ferryboat to Rokkenjima cut across the sea in perfect form. Yes, the tale of October 4th, 1986 always begins with Badler's screams. But this time, one thing was different. There was another yell alongside Badler's. Badler was screaming. The other was laughing? Fall! 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 No! Fun! 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 Badler's face looks funny. Alongside the big brother, who was grasping at the handrail and screaming in a way no one that age should scream, was the little sister, also grasping the handrail and jumping about like it was a ride at an amusement park. George and the others just couldn't hold in their laughter at the difference. I guess Badler-kun hasn't changed much these past 6 years. He's as energetic as ever. Plus, Anjay and Maria look more cheery than usual this year. Could this be the first time we had all 5 cousins together? Oh, is it? Everybody's happier now that Badler's here. I get it. That explains why it's noisier this year than any year before. In fact... Hang on. Hang on. I think I have just the thing. Matter, happiness, proximity theory. Bug? You're not gonna believe what I have ready for you. You won't believe this. It's gonna blow your minds. I waited like 5 fucking episodes. I was sitting on this for 5 episodes. I discussed this with Camby very early on while we were doing the streams. And she made this image and I was like, fuck, I can't show it off because we still need like a million bits of story to go before this makes sense or isn't a spoiler. No. Here it is. Check this out. Here you go. It's the Matter proximity meter. And now you know why it was a spoiler, because the person in the suicidal meter is like the big spoiler. It's awesome, right? It's so good. And it's so true as well. The story just keeps reinforcing this to be real. It is the realest thing in the story. This theory is never debunked at all. We can put it over here. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful. Georgianiki! This is way too fast, right? Begging you, ask the driver to slow down before it's too late! This is too fast? Heather's so pathetic. Wanna go faster? Faster, faster! Any faster than this and I'll fall right off the boat. Will that make you happy? I'm gonna fall! Going by popular vote, I have to say that Balderskun's proposal is... rejected. Look out, Oni-chan, look. You're gonna fall. Scaredy cat Badler needs to be punished. Pickle time. Wait, stop, Maria. You too, Anjay. No! Thank goodness. I was worried about Anjay's health, but... it'd be too sad to leave her behind at home. I'm glad we decided to bring her anyway. Yeah. Wasn't she very sick shortly before you left? She was all better this morning. Kids can be so incredible sometimes. She's the kind of person whose health takes a hit when she's stressed. It's not that strange for people like that to get all better when the big day finally comes. She must really have been looking forward to playing with all 5 of her cousins together.
Just watching them play together makes you feel charged with energy, doesn't it? The adults smiled as they watched the children play around.
Anjay, who had gotten very sick, and who everyone had thought would be absent, made a miraculous recovery, thanks in part to her strong desire to join in. She had come along to the family conference with the others. And so, for the first time ever, all 5 cousins were gathered together. Everyone is here. October 4th, 1986 became a day like no other. The kids dashed up the path leading from the harbor to the rose garden. They were probably so charged up that even walking was too boring for them. See that? First place. Ballard was the first one to reach the rose garden, which was the goal. Apparently, he was trying to make up for the dishonor he had suffered on the boat by proving his superiority on land. A short while later, Anjay and Maria reached him in a dead heat. I'm second. I'm faster than Anjay. Ugh. No, you aren't. Maria One-chan cheated. I'm second. The 3-year gap between Anjay and Maria was large, especially since both of them were growing kids. It was only natural that Maria was faster, but Anjay seemed to be complaining about a shoulder bump at the start line. Maria One-chan cheated, so she gets last place. Teacher always says you get last place if you cheat, persisted Anjay. Come on, no need to fight. Still, both of you really are fast. It's been a long time since I've run that much. The breeze feels so nice. Are you out of shape, George Aniki? You know, anyone who has to run to the race to make it before the bell every day gets strong legs by default. In other words, being a fast runner is proof that you sleep in a lot. Oni-chan always sleeps in. He didn't wake up today either, so I had to wake him up. Right? A stump followed by a flying elbow. That body flex from the top rope at the end there just about finished me. That sounds more likely to put you in an eternal sleep. Sounds fun. I want to do it too. I'll bet Oni-chan sleeps in tomorrow too. We'll wake him up together this time, okay? I'd recommend against staying up too late tonight. Is it alright? It's alright. Finally, the adults came into the sight. The cousins waved at them, urging them to hurry up. Anjay and Mari were so excited that they could hardly wait. Just by having all 5 cousins together. Just by adding Anjay into the group. You might also notice that something else was a little bit edited into this version of the story. Aside from Anjay being here, Anjay and Maria are in good terms. Because you might remember from previous episodes, specifically episode 4, Maria and Anjay were not on good terms by this date. Look at how energetic this day has become. And when you add Kurt Anjay to them, I don't know who that is, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The family members have arrived. So, they made it. Let's let father know. Are they all in the guest house now? Yes. They will meet you here after they have set down their luggage. Understood. Kanon, please show them the way. Shannon, quickly get some tea ready. As you wish, madam. It's Kanon and Shannon. Father, it's me, Rouse. It's about time for you to get ready. After Krause knocked on the door, it opened from the inside. You're not Krause. You're not Kinzo. Oh, Dr. Nanjo. How's father doing? No need to worry. He's changing as we speak. And Kinzo too, yay. Yeah! I think he's just a little nervous. Who are you calling nervous? No! I cannot find my favorite one-wing necktie pin.
How many times must I tell Natsuhi? My possessions must never be moved without my approval.
Apparently, Kinzo had been running around for some time, just because he couldn't decide on a tie and a tie pin. Kinzo, who felt that the dignity of the family head must always be preserved, usually made a big deal about the head's attire being equally dignified. Will he make it in time?
Do you think you could give us a little longer? We'll calm down as soon as he's ready.
Sounds like you're his lady-in-waiting, Nanjo. Sounds like you work here. You don't work here. Understood. I'm counting on you, Dr. Nanjo. Father, I must say, that necktie pin looks splendid on you.
This necktie and pin, you say? This pin? The family conference is held but once a year. There shall be no compromise. I must have that necktie pin. Where is it? Where? Kinso-san, you already looked in that drawer 5 seconds ago. Besides, you own several splendid necktie pins. Is it not stylish to select something fitting to match Fate's whims? You think so? So, I don't need to use the one-winged evil pin?
As crowds watched Nanjo calm Kinzo down, he started finding it hard to believe that this doctor wasn't his own mother. Well, it was always like this. He always makes a fuss when no one's looking, but when the time comes, he makes his decision with pride. After asking Nanjo to come down by lunch at the latest, crowds knock out of the study.
What do you think? A splendid aroma, is it not? Not fishy at all. And a unique one as well.
I've never had pumpkin tea before. A little touch of sweetness makes it delicious. As one stepped in preparing the tea for the guests, gotta let Shannon try a bit first. Until then, Shannon had thought it would be outrageous for a servant such as herself to drink the same thing as the family and their guest. However, according to Goda, that kind of thinking was a mistake.
One must not serve something if one does not know the taste beforehand. For example, when you visit a restaurant and a dish you've never heard of catches your eye, what are you likely to ask the waiter? How does this dish taste, correct?
I see. So, if the waiter says that he's never eaten it before, that would seem a bit odd.
Precisely. As a matter of course, anyone serving their customers must be deeply acquainted with the taste of the tea and the food they serve. And you'll always feel happier serving the sort of tea that you've tried and enjoyed for yourself.
That's right. After tasting tea this delicious, I can't wait to let everyone else try it.
And because of that, we servants must be very familiar with the taste of all sorts of foods. That's why sampling food whenever I can is part of my job description. It's a perk as well as our job. Do you understand?
Yes.
Everything is proceeding smoothly. Are there any problems with the tea?
I can't believe anything that happens now.
Oh, Kenji-san, you must try some as well. Seeing as it's almost Halloween, I ordered to make some pumpkin tea. Later, perhaps. The family will be arriving at the mansion very soon. It looks as though the children will be joining in.
Yes, sir. The cups are ready to go as well. At that moment, the kitchen's extension line started to ring. Genji, who was standing right beside it, swiftly picked up the receiver before the second ring. Shannon and the others always thought Genji looked like a samurai when he did this.
Understood.
Take care when guiding them. After giving that short response, Genji set the receiver down.
That was canon.
The relatives will be here shortly.
The children are with them.
Shannon, Kumasawa, go to serve them.
Goda, hurry up with that tea.
Yes, sir! The family conference. It was the largest event of the year for the servants. They were all excited and determined to make it through together once again this year. Rosa, I have let the relatives here. Oh, there you are. Were there any troubles on your trip here? Nissan, you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, haven't you? Isn't it about time you bought a private jet? After all, no one was in the plane but the family, as usual. I'm glad Anja-chan made it. I was so worried when I knew she was too sick to come. Thanks for your concern. She suddenly got all better this morning. My tummy ache went away. I rubbed my tummy clockwise. Oh! That's a magical ritual to heal tummy aches. Now, Maria, quiet down. Oh, is that Badler-kun? You've grown so big. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? You've grown splendidly. Well, I do keep getting bigger at least. Can't really say that about his guts, though. I'm just happy to learn that he's still the same old Badler-kun. Badler may be bigger, but he's still Badler. This brat's always been terrified of falling off planes and boats and stuff. That must be Asumu-san's blood, right? When he was a kid and we went to theme parks, we always went on some of the wilder rides. That's probably what did it. Don't they have height restrictions for those? No, I don't mean that kind. You know, those paddle boats and teacup rides, right? Looks like we took those a bit too rough back in the day. You've always gone a bit overboard on rides like that, Nissan. I see. Poor Badler-kun. Poor Badler-kun indeed. Still, it's comforting in a way. Even after all this time, nothing says Badler-kun like a fear of riding things. Oni-chan isn't scared of riding things. He's just scared of falling off them. Fall! Fall! Oh! Hey, stop running around. Maria, you're one of the big cousins now, right? Set a good example. Pardon me, I brought some tea for everyone. A pleasant aroma followed Shannon as she came into the room. Pushing a servant cart! Let's fucking go! They're playing all the hits. Even Anji and Maria, who had been running around in circles, sat down obediently when they heard that drinks were here.
By the way, what's that doing?
He should be down here soon. He's been rushing about all morning, trying to choose a tie. You mean, all that about choosing an attire suitable for the family head? Father's always been picky about ties, hasn't he? It's just something he has a passion for. Staying stylish is a good thing. And yet, he always shows up wearing the same tie in the end. The family members burst out laughing. Bursting with laughter. The sweet scent of Goda's specially made pumpkin tea spread throughout the parlor, and the calm atmosphere grew more cheery and excited. Look, Mama! Look, Mama! It's a pumpkin cookie for Halloween. Oh, that's right. This sweet scent is kabocha, isn't it? That's right. Today, we have some special pumpkin flavored tea for you to try. It really is delicious, so I suggest you try some without sugar first. Nessa, watch your sleeve. Wow! So kabocha tea actually does exist. Goda-san really did his homework.
Delicious. This is excellent. You can taste the kabocha's natural sweetness.
Kabocha tea, huh? Still, kabocha always tastes best in tempura. Oh, it's pumpkin, not kabocha. Yeah, pumpkin is different from kabocha. This is pumpkin. Maria seemed to think the English word was more fitting for Halloween. But it looked like Anjay thought kabocha and pumpkins were entirely different things. Everyone laughed, but Anjay, not knowing what she was being laughed at, cocked her head to one side discontentedly. Just when it looked like she was about to get in a bad mood and start grumbling, Maria started teaching her a cookie game. And Anjay immediately became engrossed with that distraction. Yay! Then, the sound of approaching footsteps drifted from the hallway. When the relatives realized whose footsteps those must be, they straightened up. Those quick footsteps stopped for a moment, just outside the parlor door. As though someone was taking a deep breath and setting up a dramatic pause. Then, the door exploded open as Kinso yelled out loud, with Genji and Nanjo standing behind him.
Happy Halloween! And trick or treat!
Trick or treat! The cousins shouted back. The adults returned the greeting too, looking embarrassed and refusing to meet his gaze. Anjay alone stood there with her mouth open, unable to comprehend what had just happened.
I can imagine. Welcome, my grandchildren. If you don't give me a treat, I shall trick you.
Go ahead, Maria. Happy Halloween, grandfather. I got you a really incredible one this year. You'll be surprised. Maria picked up a present that had been hidden behind the sofa. Come to think of it, all of the relatives were now holding similar packages. Come on, Nanji. You too. Give this to grandfather. Kitty handed Anji a neatly wrapped present. He's a fun guy now. Yay!
Oh, Maria, you're always so thoughtful. Grandpa's so happy.
As Kinso took Maria's present, a smile broke out across his face, and he rubs his cheek up against it.
Master, your dignity. Oh, that's right. You have pleased your grandfather greatly, my granddaughter. In return for your treats you have given me, I promise not to trick you at all this coming year.
Now it's your turn, grandfather. If you don't give me a treat, I'll prank you.
Indeed. I'm well aware. Genji. Here.
Genji fished through something that looked like Santa Claus's sack, and pulled out a present addressed to Maria. Handed it over to Kinso.
Here you go, Maria. Here's a present from me. I'm warning you, it's so cute. Such a waste to give it to you. Master, dignity. This is a present from the Yoshinomiya family head to Maria. It is a cute...
Drunk off his ass, yeah.
an item worthy of the Yoshinomiya family's dignity and grace. Take good care of it.
Thank you, grandfather. I love you. Kiss, kiss.
Oh! Oh, Maria! My adorable granddaughter!
Kinso is a bit older and Wells good. Yeah, I can see it. By this point, even Genji had to give up on Kinso's dignity. Still, the dignity of the family had lasted a full 10 seconds longer than usual this year.
Happy Halloween, grandfather. This from me.
Happy Halloween. This is mine. I hope you like it.
Oh, George, Jessica. I must thank you once again this year. I'm so happy.
With tears streaming down his face, Ginso hugged George and Jessica.
Oh, and Battler too. I'm so glad you returned to the family. It's been lonely without you these 6 years.
Well, anyway. Happy Halloween. Not sure if you like it, though.
Don't worry, Battler. I know you have things you want to say, things you want to ask. But now is not the time.
Grandfather.
I am glad that you have returned to the Yoshinomiya family. It makes me feel happy.
Slowly, Ginso moved forward and hugged Battler. Battler drew back at first, but then he understood Ginso's feelings and hugged him back. Anjay watched this scene play out. Shocked. Excellence! Or is that California sake maple?
Hanshe, you're up.
Go on. Give it to grandfather. Okay. Anje didn't have a clue what was going on. She took the present her mother had given her and walked forward timidly. Ginso's face, which had looked so cheery a second ago, suddenly became stern as soon as Anjay stepped forward. No, it didn't become stern. That expression was the one always worn by the Kinso inside Anjay's mind. This was Ushinomiya Kinso. He was fickle, short-tempered, and always wore a stern expression on his face. This was the most terrifying person in the Ushinomiya family. Or so we thought, until recently. No, I can absolutely see it. He would not fucking say that. This is OOC. It felt as though the world were suddenly quiet, and it only did it when I stepped forward. Why? Why only for me? But isn't this how it should be? Isn't this the Yoshinomiya Kinso I expect? The Yoshinomiya Kinso I understand? I was like a puppet carrying a tea tray. I walked forward, bewildered, with the present held out in front of me, and stopped in front of Kinso. Without letting his expression change in the slightest, Kinso slowly reached out and touched the present.
Anjay!
In an instant, Anjay was caught in a firm embrace, present and all. Kinso's white beard rubbed against her cheek.
Grandpa, Grandpa is so happy. I'm so glad to be blessed with such lovely grandchildren. I feel happy. So happy the tears just won't stop. Master, your nose is running. That's and your dignity. Oh, Genji, forgive me. As the old man blew his nose, he didn't look like he could possibly be anyone other than a kindly grandpa, overcome with tears at his grandchildren's gifts. Thank you, Anjay. I heard that you chose to come even though you weren't feeling well at all. I'm so glad. Here, this is for you.
He pressed a large gift box to Anjay's chest. She finally realized that all of Kinso's presents were wrapped differently, and in boxes of different sizes. I wonder what he got you, Anjay. I hear that grandfather always personally chooses what he'll give each one of us. Pretty incredible with all these people. He picks them himself. Every year. He does... what? Every year? He picks... what himself? This bizarre ceremony happens... every year. The cousins were all happily chattering about what their Halloween presents would be this year. Maria came up to Angie and suggested that they compare the weights of their presents. But for some reason, Angie just stared blankly. After that, the adults also handed their presents to Kinso, one by one, receiving a gift in return, along with considerate words about their health and questions about how they've been doing recently. Then, after watching to see that all exchanges had been completed, Goda appeared, and announced that lunch was ready.
Ah, is it ready? Come, ladies and gentlemen. Let us enjoy the splendid lunch that Goda has prepared for us. Quickly, to the dining hall. This way, everyone. Follow me.
We will carry your presents to your rooms in the guest house. Please, feel free to leave them here as you leave for lunch. The relatives stood up, leaving their presents where they lay on tables and sofas, and followed Kinso out of the parlor. Only Angie remained standing there, stunned, as she clutched the present Kinso had given her. Goda's lunches had never betrayed expectations before. When Hideyoshi said that these meals were the only reason anyone ever came to this family conference, everyone laughed and nodded. The delicious food caused conversations to erupt all over the room. You've gotten so big. How have you been lately? Pretty good. It was a fun meal, with everyone asking each other about the latest and laughing together. The Ushinomiya family sat at meals in a specific rank seating order. So the adult siblings, the cousins, and the spouses all sat in groups. So conversations sprung up naturally. Anjay had withdrawn slightly from the cousins' chat and was looking around the dining hall. What are Kinso and the adult siblings doing? Their conversations seemed to be peaceful and fun. Most of the time, the siblings were mothers or fathers of their own households. However, when they gathered together by themselves in front of Kinso, that burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they became young and bright as though they'd come back to being kids again. Rudolph was usually an easygoing father who nonetheless had a sense of dignity. Became so bright and cheery in this group that it almost looked like there was another battler. Oh no! Even Kinso looked peaceful and relaxed. He didn't say a word about money or the inheritance. In fact, he didn't even insult his children or call him incompetent or say any slurs. He just looked like a happy old man, genuinely pleased to have his whole family together for the only time this year. The group of spouses was just as harmonious. The mothers kept bringing up problems with education and household matters, as well as family health issues. Hideyoshi and Nanjo happily joined in on their conversation. And what about the cousins? There was no way such an enjoyable meal with such a fun group of friends could fail to be miraculous. Maria was in her element, showing off her knowledge of Halloween trivia. George and Jessica would nod in understanding. Badler would say something stupid, and Maria would laugh at him. If I wanted, I could easily join in on that conversation. And if the dessert caught my attention, I could easily slip out of the conversation too. It was happiness, both fun and natural. It felt like waking up from a daydream to be greeted by the rays of the springtime sun.
According to the weather report, we can expect a big storm sometime tonight.
It's supposed to be a typhoon. Looks like we'll be stuck here for more than one night again.
I do not mind in the least. You may stay here as long as you wish. If it would mean seeing my adorable grandchildren's faces, well, I would pray for rain every day.
Give us a break. We do have work to get back to. Why don't you leave the island, Father? That way, you could see your grandchildren whenever you wanted. True. Living on a remote island, Vince Majesty. But haven't you had your fill of it?
It's too noisy in the city. I much prefer a quiet island, with no one on it but my family. I like it here.
But on Rokkenjima, if something happens, it would take some time for a doctor to arrive. I agree. At your age, I think you should at least consider moving to Nijima.
I am old now. I want to live in peace, surrounded only by my family. And I am satisfied. I have this island to make that dream of mine come true. Father. It seems I've gotten you all down. Ladies and gentlemen, this ends Goda's lunch. Grandchildren, it will probably be raining constantly starting tomorrow. Now is your last chance to see clear skies. Why not enjoy the flowers and they take a walk on the beach? That sounds good. Okay, everyone, let's go.
Oh, I want to see the flowers and walk on the beach. We can collect shells and collect glass too.
Collect glass? That sounds a bit dangerous.
Fragments of glass get washed by the waves and become round, beautiful gems which drifts to shore. Did you forget, Battler? Remember how we used to pick them up together?
Oh, are those glass fragments?
I always thought they were just pretty stones. Have you ever seen a glass gem, Anjay? No. Then let's go. I'll show you. Let's go, let's go! But the first to see them gets to keep them. I'm gonna get them all. In that case, I'm not gonna lose either. Let's see who can find the prettiest, biggest glass gem. Alright. Times like this, why not be a kid? I'm not gonna lose either.
Then we'll head down to the beach. Indeed. Take it easy and enjoy your time together, grandchildren.
The cousins rose from their seats and noisily left the dining hall. Maria grabbed Anjay's hand and dragged her along. However, Anjay's expression was vague and absent-minded, the opposite of Maria's full smile. And that's the end of episode 8. Wahoo! No, the end of chapter 1 of episode 8. One last trip to the beach. Also, while we're at it, let's check the bios. Let me see if there's any difference. No, it seems like everything's the same. Yeah, everything is the same as it was in episode 1. Except, of course, Anjay. Rudolph and Kiria's daughter. Badler's younger sister from a different mother. Sure. Sure, I mean, at this point we know that the bio is straight up lying to us. She gets sick easily, but she managed to get better just in time to attend this year's family conference. She's so happy this year, surrounded by her beloved family and relatives. Yay! Anything we're going on here? Oh, nobody. Why would there be anybody here? What even is this? Why is there a second page of bios? The cousins walked along the beach, playing in all kinds of ways. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. Oh, wait, I want to see something. Okay, so... Anjay's taking up this new space. I think Maria used to be here, and there was like an empty space here where the father would be. And this empty space, who knows? Who knows could be here. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. They caught up on the news of each other's lives and joked around. They wrote words in the sands. They chased the receding waves and ran away from the coming ones. The cousins enjoyed the time they had to themselves. Get back here, Maria. You won't get off easy this time. No way, no way.
You'll get hurt if you fall. Be careful, you two.
Feels like the wind's gotten stronger. Maybe we should head back soon.
You're right. I think the sky's getting cloudier too. Badler-kun, Maria-chan. I think we should call it a day soon and head back to the guest house for the time being.
No way! I want to play more! Hey, don't ignore your cousin. Okay, that's all for now. Here, I'll give you my glass gem. Oh! Really? Thank you, Battler. Now I have the most, so I win. Oh! Anjay, are you okay? Yeah. What's wrong, Anjay? You look a little down.
She's just tired out. Come on, let's all head back together.
Anjay's expression probably did look tired. However, Battler alone thought he saw something else in it. What's wrong? Can you tell me? It's nothing. She said that, but something in her expression showed that she wasn't satisfied, for some reason. Since Anji didn't say what it was, and Badr couldn't think of anything, he was unable to guess anymore. So he squeezed her small hands, silently letting her know that she could tell him whenever she was ready. Even though it had seemed like such a bright, sunny day a second ago, the sky turned gray, and the wind started to feel more annoying than pleasant. If they waited around, they would probably see scattered raindrops as well soon. I guess it'll be raining the whole time from now on. What a pain.
Still, even though it didn't last long, it was fun to be a kid again.
I can't wait to show Mama this glass gem. I'm gonna tell her I won. Even though you only won because I gave you mine. Oh, I got it, so it's mine. So I won. Oh! Anjay walked distractedly, pulled along. George and the others thought that she had probably woken up too early and was tired, so they didn't try to talk to her much. As they reached the end of the forested path, the rose garden lay before them. They could see strong winds making the rose bushes wave. Mama, look! I won! Maria ran forward, waving her hands about and yelling. It looked as though Rosa was waving to them from the front of the guest house. I'm gonna head back to my room for a sec. I'll meet you in the cousin room right after.
Okay, got it. See you later then.
Jessica ran off in the direction of the mansion. George turned around as though suggesting that they had better get going too. However, when he saw Anjay standing still with a crabby look on her face, he realized that something might have put her into a bad mood.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, she's fine. Sorry, but would you mind going on ahead of us?
Sure. Got it. See you later.
George headed for the guest house. The only ones left in the rose garden were Badler, who was waving at George, and Anjay, who was still staring at the ground and holding Badler's hands. For the past few minutes, he had repeatedly asked Anjay what was wrong. He realized that this wasn't anything like a stomachache, or something obvious that had made her grumpy. However, young girls sometimes get upset for reasons that only they can understand. Badler knew this, so he didn't rush her in any way, and he continued to gaze around the beautiful rose garden, holding her hands. Oni-chan. What is it? Where are we? She asked the question as though she was talking about something on the other side of the silver screen. Though Badler understood what that question meant, he played dumb. Where are we? We're in Rokkenjima, right? You're wrong. No, I'm not. How is this Rokkenjima? It's the Rokkenjima of October 4th, 1986. The Rokkenjima you wanted to see for so long. That's a lie. Why do you say that? This is totally fake. Andy wrenched her hand from her brother's grip. That hand hit a rose and sent flower petals flying. I don't lie. How is this supposed to be the truth? Anjay spat those words out. However, Balor's expression remained calm and composed. What don't you like about it? Ushinomiya Kinso, for example. He wasn't anything like that, right? What grandfather wouldn't smile when he's been reunited with his children after a long time? Ushinomiya Kinso wasn't that kind of person. Ushinomiya Kinso was strict, discontented, short-tempered, and quick to anger. So you do understand. What was all that back there? How's that supposed to be Ushinomiya Kinso? Halloween? Exchanging presents? What the hell was that? It's nothing like Ushinomiya Kinso. This is nothing like Rokkenjima. Don't you remember, Anjay? Remember what? We did that every year, didn't we? Every year? That? Well, I guess it's no surprise. The last time you went to a family conference, you were less than 6 years old. So it's only natural that you wouldn't remember. It's only natural that I don't remember. Anjay understood what her brother was trying to say. However, she couldn't accept it. It's true that Ushinomiya Kinso was a rigid man. When he was younger, he really was strict with his kids, apparently. And, well, it's probably not wrong to say that it was pretty traumatic for that and the others. And that they're still a bit scared of him. The grand tale of how Kinso restored the Ushinomiya family was more than enough to paint him as a rigid, terrifying man. Furthermore, Kinso was an investor. All the legends and tales that made him seem more mysterious had probably worked in his business favor. At times, Kinso may even have acted out this part people expected, endeavoring to make his presence all the more overpowering. That's why the world at large spoke of Ushinomiya Kinso as a strict, short-tempered man. And they even thought of him as a fickle, bold, incomprehensible eccentric. But that was just the face grandfather showed to the world. That's not how he acted in private, alone with his family. Are you saying that weeping old man who doted on his grandchildren is the real Ushinomiya Kinso? He must have played with you and patted your head many times. Do you really not remember? Stuff like that might have happened once or twice. But that must have been a mere whim of his. My parents told me all the time, grandfather is a terrifying person, so make sure you act properly. They always said that he's very scary, so take care. And that means he was a scary person. When you were little, you would always accept whatever your parents said and take it too seriously. To put it nicely, you were obedient. But to put it bluntly, you were a kid with an overactive imagination. Dad and the others were just trying to make you realize how important it was to be polite. I saw it though. I knew about it. I knew that Ushinomiya Kinso was a scary person. I've even seen him yelling in anger. He'll never forget it. Well, like you said just now, grandfather could be a bit abrupt at times. He might have just been trying to surprise you. Or it might have slipped out when he was having a serious discussion with his kids. And you think I just got scared for no reason? And got the wrong idea? That can't be. That can't be true. I mean, I still remember it. I know I saw Shiromi Akinso yelling and being scary. Mom and Dad were terrified too, so I know I'm right. The impression you had of grandfather when you were young remained with you. And that impression grew inside you as you grew up. How many times did Anjay see Kinso in her life? How old was she the last time she saw him? Anjay, who got sick easily when under pressure, couldn't have gone to Rokenjima often. And, since she was absent for the family conference when she was 6, the last memories of him must have come from when she was just 5 years old. But even you haven't seen Ushinomiya Kinso for 6 years. That's right. But when I finally came back after 6 years, I saw that grandfather hadn't changed in the slightest. Kinso was fickle, so you could never understand what he was thinking. And he was an eccentric with a creepy love for the occult, and it's true that he had a love for the occult. Yeah, it was a bit of a strange hobby for him to get into his final years. I'll admit that his hobby of collecting strange objects to scare his grandchildren and laugh at them wasn't exactly praiseworthy. Even Badler had been pranked by Kinso in the past. He'd do things like showing off an attached case with 7 strange stakes in it, and say something about how they were once used in the Middle Ages to gouge the hearts of victims in a witch's ceremony. When Kinso did things like that, it was pretty scary. But looking back on it now, they really were childish pranks. Grandfather only scared his grandchildren because he wanted to joke around with them. I'll be willing to bet that grandfather pulled a prank like that on you too. It's no surprise that, young as you were, you let that scare you and convince you that grandfather was a strange, terrifying person. That's just grandpa stuff. I mean, it is. So at this moment, this is a good moment to look back and think about Kinso in the context of his grandchildren. Do you know when we saw Kinso interact with his grandchildren in the first 7 episodes of the story? Never. It never happens. Even within the episodes, it didn't even happen in the episodes. Kinso never spoke directly to any of his grandchildren in the episodes. 1, 2, even if he did in the episodes, he was already dead, so it was just a fantasy Kinso. And 3, he did not interact with his grandchildren in any of the flashbacks. So this is very much a devil's proof kind of scenario. Like, is Badler making this up? Who can say? There's no proof that he is. I don't know what you're talking about, Nei-chan. Anjay bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She said she didn't understand. But in truth, she understood perfectly and was refusing to accept it. Remember how we traded Halloween presents in the parlor just now? What was that all about? The Ushinomiya family never did anything that sentimental. It's almost as though you don't remember it at all. Are you saying I got presents once too? I don't remember anything like that. That could never happen. I've never gotten presents in my life. Do you really think that grandfather, a man who loved the occult and Western traditions, wouldn't celebrate Halloween? Grandfather's Happy Halloween was pretty much the standard greeting at our family conference. He must have said it to you, too. Youth can be so cruel. Even though grandfather put all his heart into choosing those presents, it looks like your heart didn't remember anything. Are you saying that I was just too young to remember? And that was the truth of October 4th? On that day, just like 6 years before. Well, it's not the truth because Kinso is already dead, but this is a scenario where he would still be alive. Grandfather entered the parlor with a cry of Happy Halloween. And then, he and I traded presents, as he shed tears over our long-awaited reunion after a 6-year gap. Grandfather seemed so sad that Anjay wasn't able to come. So, he gave Kirie-san a present, telling her to make sure that Anjay got it. I never heard anything about a present like that. Mom never gave it to me. True. She never had the chance. I don't believe it. I won't believe that was Ushinomiya Kinso. Then what about the family conference itself? Wasn't there a tense argument over the distribution of the inheritance? All of the adult siblings were in money trouble. That's what they all longed for, Kinso's inheritance money. Anji, where did you hear that from? What do you mean, where? It's the truth, isn't it? Do you think Dad would talk to you about financial difficulties with his company when you were that age? And not just that. Even if Uncle Kraus, Aunt Eva, and Aunt Rosa were in the money trouble and wanted Kinso's inheritance money, do you really think they'd talk about it in front of you? But it's true, isn't it? In the end, it was true. Anji's words were not mistaken. Not only Rudolph, but even Kraus, Hideyoshi, and Rosa had companies in money trouble. People started talking about the Rokkenjima explosion accident as though it was some sort of conspiracy. And the mystery imagined by the public covered the island. They made it purple. They created this illusion that the island was purple. Weekly magazines and television shows researched the circumstances of Kinso's children at the time. And in the future where Anjay lived, that research had been made public. You learned about all of that after 1986. But it's a fact, isn't it? There's no difference between facts and truth. Does that prove that the inheritance created a stained atmosphere between the relatives on Rokkenjima? I guess that might fit with your memory. of your parents telling you repeatedly to be extra polite at the family conference. Are you saying that what I know about Rokenjima, what I know about the Ushinomiya family, is wrong? You're the one who's wrong, Oni-chan. There's no way something like that could be possible. I won't accept that that was Ushinomiya Kinso. I could never accept that. So, you don't believe, Anjay? That's right. I don't believe. I don't understand why you're showing me something like this. After all, this is your game. No. Your game board, isn't it? First it was Battle and Burn. One witch after another has sneered at my fate, trying to make me surrender in their games. This all breaks my heart, yeah. It breaks my heart where we're having this moment and somebody comes in and announces AI viewers. And it breaks my heart that I have to do this. But so it goes. But I want the truth. Witch illusions won't work on me. I get it. Damn witches. So, you sent Oni-chan as the final assassin to finish me off. You're right. This is my game. So, of course, this is my tale. And I'm the one making it. That's why I'm able to add in what-if situations. Like what would happen if you came to the island too. See? You made this tale. It's all a pack of lies, a fiction you created. You're right. This is all a fiction I created. See? You've admitted it. You have, haven't you? Just like I thought, this is all a lie you made. Why are you lying to me? Why won't you tell me the truth? Because there's something I need you to understand. Something more important than the truth. Something more important than the truth? What the hell are you talking about? The purpose of my game is to make you understand that. Just as Battle's games were made to make Battler believe in witches. Battler's game was made to show Anjay something that was more important than the truth. Games never bring about their intended ends by force. After all, Battle's game could never be won for all eternity, unless Battler acknowledged witches on his own. Battler's game was the same. Battler couldn't win in this game, unless Anjay acknowledged it herself. So, Battler had advanced this game just as Battle had done in the past. To believe it or not, to accept it or not, the decision lay solely in the hands of the opponent. And so, Battler was trying to enshroud Anjay with his own illusion. I finally get it. This is a game between me and you, Oni-chan. Anjay. I'm not trying to challenge you to a game. No. This is a game. I made a wish, hoping to learn the truth of October 4th, 1986. And so, you invited me to this game, saying that you showed me the truth. And now, you're showing me this strange illusion, trying to make me believe that it's the truth. Well, too bad. I'm already used to dealing with witches. I can totally tell that you're trying to use that kind of face of yours to trick me. The big brother realized that no words of his would have any effect on his enraged little sister. So, he just quietly listened to Anjay's words. But even so, Anjay was dissatisfied. I've had more than enough of this stupid farce. If you don't plan on telling me the truth, then end it all now. I'll find my own truth for myself. I won't rely on you. That's right. There never was anyone I could rely on anyway. Always been, all alone. Sorry, I won't let you leave this game. Ah, that's right. Unless the game master admits defeat, the game never ends, right? That isn't what I meant. I'm just telling you to stay quiet and listen. Oh, sure. I'll just stay quiet then. Even if a player isn't around. The pieces just move by themselves, and the game moves forward. Isn't that how it works? That's right. A player can step back and become an observer for a while if they want. And they can return and join in whenever they want to. Then I'll do that. This is an endurance contest. It'll keep on going until you stop trying to cover up the truth. Something more important than the truth. I don't get it. How could anything like that exist? It does, Anjay. Whether my tale is the truth or not. The fact remains that you lost something precious on this island. Dad, Mom, and you, Nichan. I lost my family, and everything that mattered to me. She spat out those words as though no further questioning would do any good, and looked away. Even as he watched this, Balor's expression remained gentle. Just keep going however you like. Later, Oni-chan. At least make sure you watch the tale. Even just listening is enough. If I feel like it. Later. Anjay, did you watch the recap of episode 3? Remember when Mather had a tantrum and decided to not pay attention to the game anymore? Remember how that turned out for him? Anjay's eyes clouded. Then, a particularly strong gust of wind blew by, sending her hair flying. The wind must have been carrying some dust with it. Anjay's nose twitched, and she sneezed loudly. Oh, Ni-chan? What is it? How long are we gonna stand here? The weather is all weird. Let's go back to the guest house. Anjay's eyes weren't cloudy anymore. However, the tone and atmosphere about those eyes seemed somehow different from before. In a manner typical of young girls, Anjay signaled that she was too bored and wanted to go do something. This Anjay was clearly a 6-year-old Anjay. Good point. Then, why don't you head back to the guest house now? I'm going to stay here. Why? It'll start raining soon. It won't be long now. So, I'll wait here a bit longer. You're waiting here? Who are you waiting for? Huh? Then, to Anjay's eyes, it looked as though the strong winds were carrying flakes of gold along with them. No, she had definitely seen something, but she wasn't able to describe what she had seen. So to her it had seemed like flakes of gold dancing on the wind. So, here you are. I've been waiting a while now. It was as though he was talking to the wind. Battler spoke to the empty rose garden. Can't be right. After all, it was clear from his words that he was talking to someone right in front of him. So, Anjay thought it must be someone that she alone couldn't see, and she rubbed her eyes. Birth of a new witch. Hell yeah. Then, when she opened her eyes wide, another large gust of wind blew past her. She shut her eyes immediately, and when she timidly opened them, from the other end of the rose garden, yes, from the path that led up from the harbor, a person appeared. To Anjay, it looked as though she had appeared along with a cloud of gold flakes carried by the winds. You're late, Bato. Am I? I'd call it early. You should ride in the boat with us every now and then. You mean grasp the handrail and scream alongside you? Yeah, sure, let's scream. Wow, wow. I see. How interesting. Yes, I suppose I did arrive too late. The pair casually walked up to each other and hugged. It looked like a pair of friends being reunited after several years. Anji, surprised by this unfamiliar woman, looked for somewhere to hide. However, her eyes met Beato's and she wasn't able to escape. Gal pals, yay! Oh, and you must be Anji. She was shocked to hear this unfamiliar woman suddenly use her name. Look, even she can be so cute when she's 6 years old. Mii-chan, who is this person? A friend of mine. A friend? How can you say that? Mii-chan's friend? This is Beatrice. You've heard from grandfather, haven't you? About the Golden Witch who gave the Ushinomiya family its golds. Haven't I heard that before? The Golden Witch. Now I remember. That was a scary witch who would snatch you up and carry you off into the forest if you didn't listen to your parents or stayed up too late on Rokkenjima. Mom said that on rainy nights, if you look out of the window at the dark forest, you might see the witch looking back at you and get snatched away. Which must mean that I'm supposed to be wandering about in the cold rain, looking into each window to find kids staying up too late. How pathetic that would be. Good point. Anjay, your parents just made that story up to get you to go to bed on time. Beatrice doesn't do stuff like that. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Beatrice, the Golden Witch. Or her grandchild, at least. Grandchild? That grandchild part's a bit of a killjoy. Well, it's true, isn't it? The person that grandfather got the gold from and called the Golden Witch was your grandmother, right? I guess. The grandchild of the Golden Witch, am I? Can't I get a better title than that? Is this person a witch? Ginza's her grandpa. Please do not ask who her dad is. Correct. Yep, she is. She's a guest who's been invited to the family conference today. She isn't a scary witch. She's not gonna take me away into the forest. Damn, Rudolph and Kirie. Just what do they think they're telling this kid about me? I don't do things like that. I'll lodge a firm protest later. She looked like a fiercely emotional person. But she wasn't at all what Anjay had expected the creepy golden witch to be like. She was very loud, overacting to everything. Nothing at all like the witch Marionechan had talked about, who had lived for 1,000 years and had various servants from the demon world. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman, the kind Anjay's mom might have gotten along great with. Her brother and the witch talked together, happily like a pair of close friends. Dogs tend not to trust people they meet for the first. However, people say that they calm down once they see that their owner is on good terms with the stranger. Yeah! True! Surely something similar to what's going on in Anjay's heart. Anjay's got that dog in her, and she lost it. She lost that dog 12 years ago. She lost her dog spirit. She needs to claim it back. That's more important than the truth. Mallory is completely right. Anjay kept staring at this pushy, temperamental woman who called herself a witch, as she chatted happily with her brother. What's this key for? Beato noticed the gold key hanging from Anjay's neck. Anjay automatically and defensively grasped it. That's Anjay's precious key, you know. After hearing these vague words, the witch stared blankly for a second. But almost immediately, she seemed to understand what he meant. I see. Is that how it is? I thought it'd be easier to understand if I made it clear what she's supposed to do. Fear not, Anjay. No one's going to steal your precious key. Are you sure? Of course. That key belongs to you, and the choice is yours. Battler and the rest of us are merely signposts to guide you on your path. When her brother gave her the key, he had said that it was very important, so she had to take good care of it. Anjay didn't have a clue what the key was for, but it looked like Beato did. Or merely yellow paint, or merely a trail of bananas in one of the corners of the screen. However, just like her brother had done earlier, Beato only spoke in riddles. This irritated Anjay. For the time being, the Golden Witch said that she didn't intend to steal the key, so Anjay calmed down a little. Do you know what this key is used for? But of course. However, I cannot tell you. Why not? Because you must decide how to use that key for yourself. The witch said the same thing as my brother. The pair nodded to each other. but it was all Greek to me. It felt like someone had laid out a riddle that everyone knew but me. And everyone was making fun of me. He'll know soon enough. Don't waste time thinking about it. Anjay held the key tightly. Even if she didn't understand what it meant, it was her own key. And her big brother had told her to take good care of it. With her youthful suspicion, she was scared that the witch might ask her to hand it over, saying that she'd teach her how to use it. Of course, her thoughts showed up clearly on her face. The witch couldn't help but laugh at that honest expression. Fear not. It is impossible for anyone to steal that key from you. No one can steal it? You might say that it has been imbued with magic to make it so. At any rate, fear not. Neither I, nor Battler, nor anyone else on this island can steal that key from you. Really? Yeah, really. The magic won't let them. The key was hanging around her neck like an ordinary necklace. Anjay couldn't take it off right now. Could take it off right now if she wanted. And if an adult tried to use force, it seemed like it would be easy for them to take it away. However, both her brother and the witch said that it was protected by a magic that would stop anyone from stealing it. Does magic really exist? Even the 6-year-old Anjay knew about the word magic. However, she also realized that real magic didn't exist, and that certain kinds of magic tricks were sometimes called magic. However, her brother and the witch were talking about magic itself.
Huh? Who's there?
Hello, Sun and Raiders. Welcome to the beginning of episode 8 of Umineko. As always, I gotta warn everybody that if you don't want spoilers for this story, you better look away right now. But otherwise, welcome in. I hope you had a nice stream. Oops, I pressed 3 by accident. Well, no, not by accident. I forgot that pressing 3 does that. Yeah. My name always transforms you. Yeah, it does. You're right. Magic exists. You just have that effect on people. Really? Maria spoke of me often, did she not? She says that witches exist. And she often tells you that magic exists, correct? True. Maria had talked about that many times. When they were just playing, Anjay had believed her, more or less. However, Anjay was, in some ways, sharp for her age. And when she heard Maria talking happily about magic, she sometimes thought that such a thing couldn't really exist. Then, show me. Show me magic, or I won't believe you. Hold up a sec. Petra just arrived on the island and she hasn't even gone to say hi to everyone at the mansion yet. Rather spoke as though he was trying to smooth something over. When she heard that, Anjay became sure that magic didn't exist after all. Magic is just a bunch of lies. I know. Hey, stop that. You'll hurt Beto's feelings. No, it's no problem. Anyone would say that upon meeting a witch. Normally, I would ignore provocations from such a small child. But she is your little sister after all. Why don't we give her a special showing? Are you sure? Of course I am. Watch carefully, Anjay. Okay. Though Anjay had challenged the witch, now that she was about to be shown magic, she looked a bit hesitant. She gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Anjay's face. Then, she slowly spread her fingers. Anjay, thinking that she was about to be turned into a frog, shrank back. However, after waiting a while and grinding her teeth, she realized that nothing was happening. So the part of her that had been scared began to get angry. Nothing's happening. Don't jump to conclusions. I haven't used magic. See? Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct? Oh, so that's what she's doing. Now that she finally understood, Anjay checked both sides of the witch's hands. Yeah, there's nothing there. Watch closely. I'll make a fist. And then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Anjay's eyes. Anjay, thinking that she'd lose the game as she took a step back, stood her ground and concentrated on the fingertip. Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Anjay looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as still trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner. Up, down, left, right, then left again. Anjay, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with her fingertip, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. Ever since she was very young, Anjay had hated to lose. She would take even the most trivial games seriously, determined not to lose to the adults. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. She's given herself 30 more lives. You need to do something. Anjay didn't lose track of it. Then, the high pointing finger was swung down all of a sudden. The index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in simple fist. Could it be that something was going to come out of the hands? Anjay, who expected this might happen, had followed the finger very closely. There was no way that one empty hand could have grabbed anything. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist. And there... What? How? How, Oni-chan? The witch gave the cutely wrapped candy to Anjay as a present. Anjay took it and desperately searched for some kind of trick on it, but it was just an everyday, ordinary candy. How? That was a trick, wasn't it, Oni-chan? Oni-chan! Nope, that was magic. You were watching the whole time, weren't you? Since I was watching the whole time, how did it happen? Angie didn't like it, but she wasn't able to see how that could have been anything other than magic. As the little sister furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, her brother gently told her again that it was magic. It's about time for me to head to the mansion to pay my respect. You should come along, Battler. I'll suffocate if I have to go alone. You sure? Then I'll join you. What about you, Anjay? Will you go back to the guest house? I want to stay with you, Michan. She still couldn't accept it. However, could it really be? She still looked grumpy, but it looked like she was getting interested in this witch. Then, let us go. The Golden Witch returns. The Golden Witch's grandchild returns, you mean? We really need to do something about that name. Oh yeah, for sure. The big brother and the witch really did seem close. With kindred spirits like a pair of comedians, they started walking. Anjay held onto the corner of her brother's sleeve, trying to make sure he didn't forget about her. Wow. We're still in the short chapters, it seems. The VIP room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkin tea, and packed with smiles and laughter.
Simply splendid. I'm glad to see you in such high spirits.
I could say the same for you. What idiot said you're reaching your last years?
I just borrow a bit of cheer from you. Once I return to my study, I will be little more than a withering, senile old man.
Enough with your lies. Get up and swear that you'll be living at large until you're 100. Same here. I haven't seen you for 6 years, but I was surprised to see how little you've changed.
You little brat. So, it seems you've learned flattery during these past 6 years. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're hardly a fair judge in the matter. I have grown quite old indeed.
I'll bet 1,000 yen that Ginza's still doing great when he turns 100. Yeah, me too. Grandfather won't be any different when he's 100.
Don't think you'll get any more presents for complimenting me.
Ginzo laughed cheerily. Beato, who sat next to Battler, was also laughing merrily. Anjay stood all alone by the window, staring at the others and trying to figure out what sort of relationship the witch of the portrait and her grandfather had. That's right. She was introduced as Beatrice's granddaughter. And that's it. There was a knock on the door.
Is that you, Genji? Come in! Pardon the intrusion. Krao-sama and Natsuki-sama are here.
Father. Oh. And Battler comes here too. It has been some time, Beatrice-san. Has there been any news? I'm just the way I used to be. Come on, have a seat. And Anjay, why are you standing by the window like that? Come over here and sit down. Anjay, come over here. I'll just watch from here. Anjay grasped the candy she had gotten from Beato tightly. And with a gaze that was still wary, she continued to stare. Genji offered her a chair, but Anjay just shook her head.
Let her do as she pleases. Come, Kraus, Natsuhi, and have a seat as well.
Is it something important? I guess Anjay and I should leave. Hey, if you leave, who's going to back me up here? Ginzo, you don't mind if Badler stays, do you?
I have nothing to hide. I care not.
However, he had called Kraus and Natsuhi to the VIP room to meet Beatrice, the Golden Witch. It was hard to imagine that Ginzo wanted to have a casual conversation. After Ginzo said he didn't mind, Beato also asked Badler to stay, so he decided to do so. In order to avoid getting in the way of their conversation, Badler stood up from the sofa and walked over to Anjay's window. When the big brother finally came back to Anjay, she clung to his waist as though determined not to let him go away again. Oh, I see. That must be why Anjay doesn't like me. Huh? What do you mean? Anjay doesn't dislike you, does she? You really don't understand women, Badler. Beato smiled at Anjay, but the latter turned to look the other way. Even a young woman is a woman nonetheless. When Beato stopped laughing, the conversation switched gears. Why on earth did Ginzo summon Kraus and Natsuhi to the VIP room? And what was he going to talk about? Everyone fell automatically silent.
Golden Witch, Beatrice. Each and every day, I remember the debt that Ushinomiya family owes from when it was saved from the brink of destruction.
Yeah, you'd better thank me. Well, it's actually your grandmother he's thanking.
Shut up, you.
Shush!
Silence!
No, it comes to the same thing. All that gold has been lent to the Yoshinomiya family for 3 generations. Without costs. We truly cannot be grateful enough. Gold bars are the same as bricks to me. I had nowhere else to put them, so it was a relief to have Ginzo hold on to them. Whoa, I'd like to say that just once before I die. Is the Golden Witch a rich person? Well, yeah. After all, she just went and lent grandfather 10 tons of gold.
Precisely. I've been borrowing it for several decades, always promising to return someday. It is a debt I will never be able to fully repay.
The head family has never forgotten its gratitude. Isn't that right, dear? Of course. If the Beatrices hadn't kindly lent it to us for 3 generations, the Yoshinomiya family would have fallen long ago. Even someone as shrewd as father couldn't have done anything without funds to start with.
By now, my money is making money, and the gold that made up my original funds can sleep in peace. Kraus, do you know what I'm about to say?
Since the moment Kraus had been summoned here, he had guessed what Ginzo was hinting at now. All things borrowed must be returned someday. That day had finally come. Yes, I understand, Father.
Beatrice, I do not have many years ahead of me. In fact, this may be the last family conference that we will attend together.
How faint-hearted you sound. You must be joking. Beato alone laughed. She looked at Battler, so he laughed along with her. But Ginso and the others remained silent. Apparently, there existed some major concerns about Ginso's health. Of course, I do not intend to die as soon as next year. However, I don't believe I can make any certain promises about meeting you again. I never make promises I cannot keep. If you say it so proudly like that, I'm in no position to disagree. Are you serious about this? Beatrice, I want to make amends. And I must do it while I'm still in high spirits. For that reason, I made a decision today. What's grandfather talking about? Quiet. Grandfather is about to talk about something very important. By now, even Badler understood what Ginso was about to propose. Beato probably realized it too. At one time, the Ushinomiya family had ruled the skies like an eagle, before being crushed by the Great Kanto earthquake. The eagle had one of its wings torn off and it crawled in the mud, on the point of death. Then, they were saved by the Golden Witch's golden miracle. Under the Golden Witch's protection, the eagle had nursed its wounds for many years. And now, finally, it was time for the eagle to leave the nest the witch had provided. I will return all of the gold that your grandmother lent me. Kraus, you have no objections, correct? That gold did not belong to the Ushinomiya family in the first place. Of course. I have no objections whatsoever. Are you sure, Kraus? You're an investor, aren't you? You could always do with more money, right? Didn't you want Ginso to hand the gold over to you? Yes, now that you mention it. It's hard to deny what you say. However, the contract was always between you and father, and the gold was yours to begin with. My husband is the successor, after all. Just as father rebuilt the family in one generation, I am sure my husband will make the family thrive in his. And this is something the two of us will do together.
Well said. Yes, that's the spirit.
So, letting go of 10 sons of gold leaves you with no regrets. I must say, that is quite impressive. What can a witch do against an opponent who cannot be swayed by the golden magic? I will return the gold to you. But the Ushinomiya family will always be supremely indebted to Beatrice, the Golden Witch. They would return the gold once lent by the Golden Witch. It was both simple and clear. However, the expression worn by the Golden Witch herself was slightly lonely. Anjay couldn't understand why this was. After all, if you're returning it, I cannot simply say, I don't want it, take it back. Oh well. Beata rose from the sofa. Then she walked up to the window and looked down at the rose garden waving in the wind. Kraus, I have also decided to present you and the others with my inheritance while I still live. Father. When I die, you will not only be busy with the funeral, but I imagine that you will have Eva and the others at your throats over the inheritance issue. If all is divided now, the funeral will be less trying for you. Kraus, write this down. And Genji, please be our secretary. I will now lay out the distribution of my assets. Kinso immediately began explaining how the inheritance would be split up. Badler, realizing that he shouldn't be listening in on this conversation, walked over to where Beato was loitering by the window. Hey, rich person. You got too much gold on your hands. I'd be happy to lighten the load. Gold would be more useful if you turn it into firewood and used it to cook a stew. What's the matter? You're looking a bit bored. So, this day has finally come. I do feel a bit lonely. You do? My magic revived the Yoshinomiya family and created Rokenjima. And now, it seems the Yoshinomiya family no longer has any need for the powers of my golds. It has taken flight, leaving the nest of my magic behind. True. That's how it turned out. I have called Rokenjima the Witches' Islands. My islands. Yeah. And now, Rokenjima is returning the gold to me. The day has come for Rokenjima to awaken from my magic. That's true. I knew that this would be the last game. However, now that we've reached this point, even in a manner such as this, it's surprisingly painful. You're the type of person who looks totally carefree, but who's actually full of lingering attachments and regrets. The cruel and obstinate ones are usually the quickest to grow attached, and then to feel lonely. That's right. That's the kind of person you are. It was a game for you and me. It was fun. A great game you polished to perfection during those 6 years. I once likened it to eternal torture for the both of us. Eternity is happiest when you can still believe that it's eternal. But all things must end, and we have to be aware of that. So, we must not avert our eyes. Just as the sun always rises, there's no sun that doesn't set. Of course, Angie didn't have the slightest idea what her brother and the witch were talking about. However, even as young as she was, she could feel that the pair had spent an incredibly long time together. And that they understood each other so well that they might as well be a married couple. Then, Beato noticed her reaction. Anji. At one point, the two of us wove games for each other. However, that time is now over. This game has been made, not for our sake, but for yours. They were speaking in riddles again, grasping the key that hung by her chest. Anji looked at her brother's face. We need to show you the contents of the cat box of this day. That key I gave you is for opening it. What do you mean by cat box? He means this day. With the miracle of magic, I brought you to the day you wanted to reach so much. You must continue telling the story of this day as the final witch. Does that mean that I mustn't remain here? Anjay's tone was slightly tense. She understood what her brother meant, and it made her frown. Just how long have I suffered, wishing that I could return to the Rokkenjima of 1986? And now, I finally made it here. So why are you chasing me out? You said I could decide for myself. That's right. I did say that. I'm not leaving. And please, stop trying to spoil me with this strange, made-up game. I want to know the truth of this day. She's a moody girl. Be it 12 years in the future or in the past. Shut up. I didn't ask you. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Didn't the Golden Witch come here to perform her resurrection ceremony? Didn't you appear on the island with a crash of thunder and try to offer up 13 people as sacrifices? Why are you acting so happy and casual? It doesn't make sense. You're the one that doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Do you want me to be a murderer? You wrote it down in a tale, sealed it in a message bottle, and threw it into the sea. 2 of those were discovered later on. Both of them were stories of cruel serial murders. Well, we can see that Anji is no longer an autopilot. She hopped right back into the cockpit. What a shame that only 2 of them made it to the shore. How's that land, my greatest masterpiece, was never seen by human eyes? No! Lost Media, Land of the Golden Witch. I've been wanting to ask this for a while, but what's up with those message bottles? She was just like this when she was like, oh yeah, okay. As I was working out the details for my game against you, I began creating those tales along the way. Once I realized that I could create endless different tales out of the same game board, it really started to get fun. So, you wrote them down, hoping that I'd read them someday? Precisely! They were so good I just couldn't bear to wait for your return. Inspired by Agatha Christie, I tried sealing them in bottles and throwing them into the ocean. Mysterious, don't you think? Don't mock me. Those were your plans for the crime. You used the location of the hidden gold to fan up discontent between the family members. You planned your brutal serial murders. Oh! Sheesh. Is that what I've become in the year 1998? Well, I guess I can't blame them. I think I can let you in, guys, on a little... It's not a spoiler. It is a spoiler if I've told you this, like, sooner. But at this point, it's not a spoiler. Kami probably knows about this. One of the scrapped ideas for Umineko, like the overall scenario, the overall mystery, like one of the constant truths of the story, like how Kinzo is always dead and stuff like that, was that Natsu was going to be having an affair with Goda. And then they scrapped that storyline. And who knows, maybe Lan would have had some of that in it. Huh? What's with the sudden change of character? Yeah. Is this some scheme to make me let my guard down? I'm not gonna be fooled so easily, Beatrice. Oni-chan! You want to make me surrender and say that witches exist, don't you? You think I'll fall for that? I'll find the truth without your help. Even though that truth is all around you, right now? You once called yourself Gretel, but it seems the name Mittel would be more fitting. Enough! How well is that tuned to what we have now? I don't think we see a whole lot of Natsuki-Go interactions. I guess so. Anjay tried to slap Bato's cheek. However, the difference between their heights was so great that Bato dodged before the hand could reach her. Stupid. Stupid! I won't accept it. I'll never acknowledge this farce as the truth. After Anjay yelled those words, her eyes grew cloudy. They cleared up almost immediately. By that time, she had already gone back to her 6-year-old self. Comes in, does a tantrum, leaves. You're right, Anjay. This is the sin I left behind, and the reason for this final tale's existence. As Anjay stared blankly, uncomprehending, Beato gently patted her head. Indeed, this tale is a farce. Of course, it isn't the truth. However, there is something that he feels he must tell you. Something he's so determined to convey that he went to such lengths. Beato, I'm already showing her. I don't want to force it in on her. I see. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sleepy. True. We should probably go take a nap. Inso, must I remain here longer? My apologies, but I must ask you to stay for just a bit. Moving on, Kraus. The continued support of the Fukuin house should be viewed as your responsibility as the Yoshinomiya family head. What a pain. Forgive me, Battler. It seems I cannot go with you. Genji, would you mind taking these two to the guest house? As you wish. Battler-sama, Anji-sama, please follow me. Thanks. See you later, Bato. Of course. I have a mountain of things I wish to discuss with you. And I'd like to have some time alone tonight. We must act the part of a married couple every now and then. What do you mean, act the part of a married couple? Because Anjay had gotten so bored. She had grown very sleepy. It would probably be best for her to take a quick nap. Battler walked through the windy rose garden, pulling her by the hands. When he questioned their guide, Genji, he learned that the old servant had known beforehand of Ginsu's desire to return the gold to Bato, and settle the inheritance problem early. The master decided to start preparations early for his final task in this world, the ending of his life. Most people don't think much about what happens after they die. Huh. Ged's grandfather just lives on a whole different scale. Today marks the start of a new flight, when the Yoshinomiya family will depart from the Golden Witch's patronage. That's true. That's a pretty cool way to say it. Apparently, a grand Halloween party was to be held tonight, and Gola and the others had been ordered to start getting ready for it. However, it wouldn't just be a party. It would be a ceremony to mark the return of Beatrice's gold. At the start of dinner, grandfather would make the announcement, and the 3 generations of Beatrices would be thanked for their gifts to the family with a round of applause. Apparently, this was what they had planned. Are we still keeping this secret from Dad and the others?
Technically, it is a secret. However, the Master did not suddenly begin thinking on this way today. He has considered this day many times over many years, and has even discussed certain matters with his children. I doubt that any will be surprised to hear this night's announcements.
Apparently, my old bastard's been running all over the place trying to get money for his company. I guess he'll be dancing around when he hears that grandfather's giving his part of the inheritance early. A nice present for him.
I rather think the great responsibility is what will spur him on. Ever since Rudolf Sama left the islands, he has succeeded splendidly. However, his success so far has been supported by the Master's wealth.
And now that he's suddenly getting his inheritance money, he'll have to keep going by his own strength alone in the future. That's some nice pressure for him.
The siblings must have suffered for decades because of their father's success and ability. Simply having a parent who is too successful can be a great burden to a child.
And tonight, they'll be leaving the nest, surely becoming adults for the first time.
It seems the Master plans to call this night a gold returning ceremony. However, he originally intended to call it a living funeral.
Sounds pretty depressing having a funeral while you're still alive. I'll admit that calling it a day to start a new journey and leap the nest fits Yoshinomiya family much better. Oni-chan, I'm sleepy. Look, we're almost to the guest house. You want to go to Mom's room? Or to the cousin room? I don't care. I'll sleep until dinner.
Whoa!
Anjay, still holding her brother's hand, crouched down and looked as though she was about to fall asleep. Badler lifted her up and carried her. As she felt the warmth and safety at her brother's back, Anjay drifted off into sleep. Can you give me a second? I want to get some bread. I want to eat some bread. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
I'm back.
I ate the bread. What happened that day? Just what on earth happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Because of the massive size of the Rokkanjima explosion accident, the time of the explosion was known almost exactly, down to the minutes. That time was October 5th, midnight. The sheer improbability of that round number proved that the accident had been produced by artificial means. Later on, the following statements were collected from individuals who knew Ushinomiya Kinso when he was alive. During his lifetime, Ushinomiya Kinso built a clock rigged to blow up the island at exactly midnight. This clock was apparently inside a secret study. Wait, what? Hang on, I want to see something. Okay. When he felt mentally cornered and wanted to think up a brilliant plan, he would activate that device and use the tension of the approaching midnight to bring some flash of inspiration to him. While Ushinomiya Kinso still lived, it was only thought of as a tall tale about this eccentric man. But the fact that the Rokkanjima explosion accident occurred at exactly midnight supported the story. Sounds crazy. Oh, we're in the future. He must have hoped to gain some sort of mystical power from those short periods of madness. When Ginso would get drunk, he would tell people about his explosion clock and no one believes him. Yeah. Sure, Grandpa. If we call this his source of high-output mental power, the story isn't that difficult to swallow. Professor Otsuki spoke passionately. Witch hunters. Enthusiasts who treat the mad fantasy surrounding the Rokkanjima as their plaything. Anjay had no reason to love these people, who embellished the deaths of her family just for the fun of it. How ironic it was to Anjay, who wanted to know what happened that day, that such people knew more about the island than anyone else. If someone used that device, the island would be blown away without a trace. There would be nothing left. No matter what happened there, they could erase it. Theories that Ushinomiya Eva was the ringleader of some conspiracy sprang up very early on. However, no one was able to explain how she set up such a massive explosion. And the rigged clock proves that such a thing was possible. Correct. We can theorize that Ushinomiya Eva, fully aware of the timing and expected radius of the explosion, took refuge in Kowadoria. To get all of the family wealth to herself, she killed everyone, and used the explosion to remove all evidence. That idea provides the most logical explanation for the Rokkanjima mystery. It also conforms with the fact that Eva never spoke to anyone about the events of that day. Where was that rigged clock, and how did Eva find it? Several forgeries have speculated on this matter. There's no need for me to waste time thinking about it. Eva activated the clock device, hitting Kowadorian to escape the blast, and was therefore the only one to survive. That was everything. The answer, which eloquently told the whole story. When Eva first adopted me, our relationship wasn't that bad at all. I asked her several times what happened that day. Every single time she answered, it was to say that she didn't remember. We can really see now why Eva would not tell Anjay what happened. If we take the tea party from last time as the truth. Oh yeah, your parents killed everyone. And I killed them in return. So there you go. Now, what do you want to have for dinner? But well, she must have been flustered at the time. The very first time I asked, she answered like this. I can't tell you about it. It was a slip of the tongue. She knew what had happened that day. And she left this world without telling even a bit of the truth. She sealed the truth in a cat box and left this world, taking the key with her. There can be only one answer. She was behind everything. She got to keep all the family wealth to herself and became super rich. And afterwards, she lamented the fact that her beloved son would never inherit any of what she had created. And she cursed me. Remembering that old bitch makes me want to vomit. What happened that day? I mean, there's only one thing about the Eva culprit theory that just doesn't add up. Except in episode 3. I guess episode 3 is like the weird explanation of how it turned out. What happened that day? What I want to know. My only goal. One reason I'm still alive. However, later on, I had to come to grips with the fact that my goal was an abstract one. After all, though I don't know what happened that day, if it's a question of who did the crime, that's already clear. Ushinomiya Eva. She's the culprit. That has never changed since the beginning. We can really see what the conflict with Anjay's way of thinking is right here, right? I want to know the truth. Okay, these guys are the culprits. No, that can't be right because Eva did it. Okay, I want to go back to my family. Okay, here's your happy family. No, my family are assholes and I hate them all. So I don't accept it. She's very much constantly contradicting herself. She doesn't know what she wants. She wants the truth, but also she does not want the truth. My main goal is to blow up. That's right. I'm not trying to find out what happened that day. I'm trying to find out what Ushinomiya Eva did that day. If I can reveal that, then I can expose Eva's evil, even though she's already dead. This is my true goal. The police also suspected that the accident might be a crime. They did investigate. However, no matter how much they inspected the crater that had once been Rokkenjima, they didn't find anything at all. The public and the witch hunters cornered Eva with several bits of circumstantial evidence, but not a single bit of physical evidence was found. Though Eva was only the merest fraction of a shade away from guilty, they were unable to expose her crime. My goal isn't anything as vague as learning what happened that day. It is to expose the crime Ushinomiya Eva committed that day, and to have my revenge. I haven't been able to expose Ushinomiya Eva's crime, so people are acting as though the events of the island were all done by some bizarre golden witch. Defeating the golden witch means exposing Ushinomiya Eva's sin. I won't forgive Ushiromiya. Certainly. Certainly. Hate her and take revenge for my family. That is Ushiromiya Anjay's one and only reason for living. If she knew you hated her that much, the president would probably be rolling around laughing in the next world. Shut up. I'll expose that old bitch's crime. I won't accept that it was a perfect crime with all the traces blown away. I'll never do that. In other words, this journey of yours is a journey to take revenge for your family. Got a problem with that? You must be joking. It's great to know that you have a purpose in life. Will you turn that off? Oh? You don't like him, Saki? He said the line! He said it again! Yes! Everybody's cheering and clapping. Amakusa turned the radio off. The dull sound of the engine became the BGM that filled the car. The BGM? Whoa, I didn't know that. I didn't know that Anji was a fucking nerd. She's a freaking otaku, apparently. Is it really so strange? Fighting for revenge? Not really. Out in the front, I met people who lived for that reason over and over. You've been on battlefields many times as a mercenary, right? Well, I've seen a few. So, are people who fight to take revenge for their families strong? No doubt about it. Some people will even strap bombs to themselves and commit suicide to take revenge for their families. Humans are more than capable of trying for vengeance. That's right. I could do it too. Have you heard of child soldiers? You mean kids who fight like soldiers? That's it. Kids who've lost their parents and have nowhere to go sometimes get picked up by groups of armed insurgents and become soldiers. They get a gun thrust in their hands and they're taught how to take revenge. But in the end, children are expendable. Anyone can be a soldier in a battlefield if they can pull a trigger. Are you trying to say that I'm like that? Revenge can be a reason for living. It can also give you the strength to become a soldier. Like a miracle, it can turn a girl who could do nothing but sob over her parents' corpses into a soldier. Almost overnight. It is a pretty good screenshot. I lost it though, I'm gonna have to go through it again. Nothing gives you more power than revenge. I guess so. And that's what I'm like. Do you know about the child soldier problem? No. Child soldiers who are given guns and taught how to take revenge. Make that their reason for living. Well, that's not exactly right. It becomes their reason for firing their guns. But revenge is something that never ends. At some point, they no longer have any reason to keep shooting. What do you mean? They once shot for revenge, but eventually, they keep on shooting for no reason at all. You mean they forget about taking revenge? When revenge is impossible, they eventually get tired of it and forget their original goals. When that happens, they have nothing except their guns. Eventually, they'll keep shooting just so they can eat. You're saying the child soldiers start using guns for revenge. End up as bandits or something? After all, they've never even gone to school, and they haven't been taught any useful skills as far as employment goes. They only learned how to shoot guns, and they were only ever praised when they killed the enemy. Eventually, your reason for living stops being revenge and becomes the means she once used to take revenge. It's sad, really. Are you saying that I'll eventually get tired of revenge and... What would that be in my case? You'll get tired of exposing the truth. And you'll eventually become a person who can do nothing but hate Ushimi Yaiba. Well, that's true already. Got a problem with it? Come to think of it, it's right. I'm not sure what Amakusa is trying to say. You better watch yourself, lady. You don't want to turn into you don't want your hair to turn blue and start telling little kids that Santa Claus is not real. And start ranting about chopsticks. It could be you, that could be you. Probably something annoying. So I'm not interested. Revenge is pointless. Is that what you're trying to say? You still have a long life ahead of you, lady. With your youth, you could do anything. I get the feeling that this journey might be a waste of that precious youth. It's none of your business. I've already jumped once, remember? Off that huge skyscraper. And you only barely made it out of that alive. Back then, I died. So, I'm already a ghost. And my only purpose is to expose the truth of that day. To take revenge on my family's enemy. Sheesh. That's not a will you got there, lady. There's no way a flippant man like you could understand how I feel. After that, Amakusa was forced to shut his mouth. He shrugged, but Anjay didn't see. Even so, Amakusa spoke once more. On the first day we started this journey, you said something. You said you wanted to know what happened on that island that day. It's the same now. It's changed. Now you're saying that you want to know what happened on that island that day so you can expose Shinomiya's crime. And isn't that exactly the same? Well, that's true, but... I'm tired, so I'll sleep now. Would you mind staying quiet for a bit? Tell me when we get there. Roger that. I wasn't particularly tired, really. I just said that because I didn't like talking about this. Don't become one. Child soldier. Anjay, who had decided to feign sleep, ignored him. But Amakusa kept talking. He wanted to make sure she heard at least this much. You started on a journey to learn the truth. It's becoming more and more of a journey of revenge. A journey to have revenge by exposing the truth. But, as you know, there's nothing left on Rokkenjima. There aren't even any traces left. Exposing the truth might not be a picnic. I know what Amakusa's trying to say. The police searched the scene so thoroughly just after the crime. And even they weren't able to find any physical evidence proving that Ushiro Miyaeva was the culprit. And a full 12 years have passed since then. If the truth could be discovered by a girl like me, waving wads of cash around to pick up a bit of info from those who were somehow related to the incident, then someone would have exposed the truth long ago. I might not be able to reach the truth. If so, then my first desire, my desire to expose the truth, will probably fade away. After that, only my hatred for Eva will remain. Just like those child soldiers who forget the original purpose and live just to shoot. I'll forget my original purpose and live just to hate. I'll do nothing but despise Shinomiya Eva. But my goal, exposing the truth for revenge, will be gone. So hating Shinomiya Eva will become my whole life. Is there any difference between shooting for revenge and shooting to live? When you pull the trigger, someone dies either way. And what about my case? Is there any difference between hating Eva as I expose the truth and hating Eva after I've given up? There's no difference. In the end, whether I find the truth or not, I'll just keep on cursing Eva over and over until I die. What a crappy life. But now, that's all I have left. Shinomiya Eva stole my family. So I'll take revenge by exposing her crimes and showing the world. My consciousness was slowly drifting away into sleep. Why is Onichan showing me such a bizarre Rokenjima? Is this supposed to be the truth? Enough with this farce. Why is even Onichan trying to hide the truth from me? I'm trying to find it so that I can avenge him and the others. Or would Onichan say the same thing as Amaxa? That revenge is meaningless, so I should stop? Is that why he's speaking in riddles? Trying to make everything more confusing? It's none of his business. I'm not just trying to take revenge for their sakes. I'm doing it for my sake, too. After all, that's the only reason I'm still alive. Taking revenge is my reason to live. I don't have a clue what Onichan is thinking. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin room, it was loud and cheering. It could have been raining spears and no one would have paid any attention. Hehe. Full house. Take that. Oh. You weren't bluffing. The cousins were all bursting with energy, sitting in a circle on the bed. And I thought Balero always had crap in his hands every time he acted tough. Of course, I've been losing all this time just to make you think that. Shinomiya Badler, the man who loses strategically to win in the end. Oh, Badler's incredible. All my points have disappeared again. I'll give you some of mine. Let's crush Badler together, okay? With just a deck of cards, the cousins could enjoy themselves for hours and hours. They were so engrossed that the occasional thunderbolt hardly even registered as static in the background. I'm starting to get hungry. I wonder if dinner's ready yet. Who knows? It should be ready soon. Goda-san and the others really went all out for tonight. Which means we got a lot to look forward to. Is this to celebrate my long-awaited return? I heard from Shannon just now that it's going to be a Halloween party. They'll set up a buffet in the hall. Sounds incredible. A Halloween party? Incredible! Incredible! Oh! Hmm? Yeah, who is it? There was a knock. The door opened, and Anjay was there. She had been sleeping in her parents' room. Hey, Anjay. So, you woke up? They said it was time for dinner, so we have to go to the mansion. They said to get ready. Oh! Food! Food! I'm hungry. Perhaps because he was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and popped off the bed. As the others all clambered up the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kitty and Rudolph came into view.
Hey, brats. Time for food, so get ready.
It looks like today will be extra special. I can't wait to see it. Oh, I know. It's a Halloween party. A Halloween party? I know, and Anjay doesn't. Mom, what's a Halloween party? Who knows? We'll have to go and see for ourselves. Everyone ready? It's about time to go. Is everyone here? Please follow me. Maya, over here. Your collar is crooked. I'm starving. The food is the best part of these family conferences. Are you starving too, Anjay-chan? Eva smiled at Anjay. Yeah, I'm starving. Anjay, that's I'm hungry, right? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll bet you're starving. My stomach's rumbling too.
Okay, let's get out of here. Looks like the wind's blowing hard outside. Make sure you don't lose your umbrellas.
Everyone, please take an umbrella. Here's your umbrella, Anjay-chan. Thanks, Aunt Eva. Girls really are so cute. Come over to play at your aunt's house one of these days. It's a promise, okay? It looks like Aunt Eva's taking a liking to Anjay.
Yup. Apparently, Mother really wanted a daughter.
I've heard that too. I think she adored me too when I was little. My mama said she really wanted a son. Oh. If your kid grows up happy, it doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. Maria is my precious, precious gift from God. True! When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Eva, who had really hit it off with Anjay, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell what they were chatting so excitedly about, but they seemed to be getting along splendidly already. Badler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at someone else with a happy smile. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been the perfect spice to hiding their anticipation of the coming meal. Far! Bar mentioned. Bar playing. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade to the scene of a Halloween party. The Ushiromiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I'd ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall. Yo, Battler! Hey, Maria! Long time no see! Beato! Happy Halloween! Trick or treat! I have some candy for you, but now is not the time. After all, it's just before a meal. Thank you, Beatrice-san. I see you're looking as beautiful as ever. You too, Rosa. You certainly don't look old enough to be a mother. You been drinking? Your ears are looking pretty red there. Well, after you left, Ginso said he'd bought this rare drink, so I couldn't help but sample a bit. And this coming from a person who tells little kids not to eat candy before a meal. Pardon me. Beatrice-sama, the master is calling for you. I saw Ginso beckoning from over by the portraits. Good grief. When it comes to ceremonies, that man is always so obsessed with form. It's probably about that ceremony for the girl's return. This is a huge turning point for the Yoshinomiya family. You'd better go and play along. It does make one feel a bit lonely, though. This won't change the fact that you're the Yoshinomiya family alchemist. Perhaps. Then, I'll be back shortly. See you later, okay? According to Genji, this party has a bit of a theme to it. You better look forward to it. Make it sound like you did any of the work. You're another one who obsesses too much over details. Later! Oni-chan, is something going to happen today? Is it a special day? It looked as though even Anjay had picked up on that much. She seemed to be getting tense for no reason. This is a special day for the Yoshinomiya family. But it doesn't have anything to do with you personally, so you should just relax. Okay. Yay. Oh, that's right. Hey, did you know? Just heard a huge secret from Anteba. Even Marionette-chan doesn't know, but I'll tell you. Oh? So what's the secret? Okay. I heard that if you get an almond in yours, you win. Win? Is this like a lottery or something? Anyway, if you get an almond, you win. Anjay puffed out her cheeks. Apparently, she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret. But just knowing that almonds win doesn't really explain much. Okay, got it. Thanks for letting me in on that major secret. You're mean, Oni-chan. I even told you my secret. Anjay, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Aunt Eva was. They really are getting along well. Well, I guess I have no problem if it's your aunt. If it was some guy from her class, I don't care if they're in elementary school. It's not happening. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. At that moment, Genji-san's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided, and the rain outside once again became apparent.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your silence.
Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware that tonight's festivities consisted of more than a Halloween party. Battler already knew. This was a ceremony to mark the return of the golds, from Quinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. Now, that fact was being announced by Quinzo himself. The chatter gradually subsided. No! He spoke of how this gold had not only restored the Yoshinomiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Yoshinomiya family. Quinzo personally handed an ingot, decorated with a bright red ribbon, to Beatrice.
This is the debt we owe to 3 generations of Beatrice, the Golden Witch. The Yoshinomiya family will never forget it.
Sheesh. If you've nowhere to put it, I'll be happy to take it off your hands.
Beatrice-sama.
It was hard to imagine Beato, of all people, getting admonished by Genji. I couldn't help but laugh. I am Beatrice, the Yoshinomiya family alchemist. Tonight, I acknowledge the end of the loan contract for the 10 tons of gold. Now, several decades following my grandfather's generation, the time has come for the eagle that lost one wing to fly once more. I will watch over that eagle, and I pray for its prosperity in all generations to come. Applause filled the hall. Though she had managed to make such a dignified speech for once, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess that's about the limit to how long Beato can stay serious.
By passing her name on through the generations, Beatrice, the Golden Witch, may live for thousands of years.
Therefore, even her descendants shall be Beatrice, and all shall be alchemists to this family. The descendants of the Yoshinomiya family will praise Beatrice for her gratitude forevermore, and this will be passed on through the generations. This family will always be indebted to Beatrice, and she will always be our family, tied by a noble bond. Let those who acknowledge this show their recognition with their applause.
Yay!
After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Beatrice, you are a member of the Yoshinomiya family, and that is a bond more sacred than one of blood, which you also have, but we're not going into that. Of course, lending money is more important than being a blood relation.
Beatrice-sama.
After that, Ginso's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Ginso would retire as Yoshinomiya family head. Then, he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across the siblings in money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Ginso's death to get their shares. I bet. I'm aware that each of you is in trouble with money. This should be enough to resolve all of those problems. But do not grow complacent. This is my inheritance, given to you before my death. In the past, though I have been strict, I have always watched over you. However, beginning tonight, your father will cease to provide support of that kind. I shall watch on as you take flight, as though watching down upon you from the heavens. No longer will I interfere. You may live however you please.
God,
Father, we understand. We will certainly take flight on our own. Here and now, all of us siblings swear to work together to make the Yoshiromiya family even more prosperous. That's right. And we stick together, nothing can stand in our way. Hideyoshi laughed, but Genji admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, and they no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was a time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Eva and Rosa were sniffling, with tears in their eyes. And so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, despite their ages, they had finally left the nest for real. Tonight, the eagles of the Yoshinomiya family would leave Rokkenjima, the nest weep from the witch's magic, and go their separate ways. With their own power and determination, it made Ginso think, if only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationships. Yes, it was all his responsibility. And now, the intertwining bonds had been released. It was as though an invisible rope had been wrapped around Ginso's body. That rope was now gone, and he felt a sense of release he hadn't experienced for many years. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Ginso, they swore to all support Kraus, the new head, and lead the family to greater prosperity. Their faces sparkled with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, none of the four had made such a natural-feeling promise since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings made a promise once again. When Kraus finished his announcements, a friendly applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Anjay watched this, dumbfounded. The four siblings were supposed to have quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids. And they were supposed to have pointlessly locked swords with Ginso's inheritance as their goal. Their worries over money spurring them on. Thanks to this ceremony, even the world of truth, the world I acknowledge, has been rewritten. Were they actually friendly towards each other? Or did they quarrel all the time like I believe? It doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all of those problems have been resolved. I mustn't believe. It's just Oni-chan's farce, even though I knew that fact. When I watched Dad and the others hugging each other, with teary smiles on their faces. I couldn't help but feel something warm welling up in my eyes. Won't believe. This is all Michan's farce. What will you have to see? What will you have to hear? Before you'll let yourself believe. Red. If you say it with the red truth. Is everything that can't be said in red a lie? I won't believe. This is just... Anjay looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on a witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as a red truth. Unless Anji accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, a rule of this game, to force the truth on her. Anjay would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Anjay's. No one could force her to decide either way. So, there was nothing wrong with Anjay declaring this scene to be a farce. But if so, then what about the hot tears dripping down Anjay's face? Anjay would have to think that through herself, without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and a rub of her eyes, Anjay let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her peace. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were brought in one after another, and champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Several small tables were set here and there, each with its own theme. That was where the fun lay in the stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Goda's genius shone through. The hotel that let him go should regret ever having done so. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged. So chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new dish was brought into the hall, they could get up to look, wandering through the tables however they pleased. This way, they could each bump into a new group of people, then mingle elsewhere when that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members in each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls brought back youthful memories. Those would help anyone enjoy themselves like they were kids again. Even to Anjay, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Beato showed her several tricks that she called magic. Maria said they were magic, Anjay said they were tricks, and the night grew even more lively. The two young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before. And it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, Several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into groups, and the whole hall was filled with chatter. To Anjay, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Add in the wide variety of delicious foods and drinks she could choose from, and it was like being in a dream. Anjay felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud.
Anjay, can you drink some of this? This is Daddy's drink.
I wanted to try some adult grape juice too, so it's okay. Your face is looking a little red there. Are you feeling alright? She only had a bit, so I think she'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm not a kid. Anjay-chan, drink this one, okay? The stuff your Jack drinks is nasty, so don't drink anymore, got it? That's right. If you drink bad stuff, you'll end up as a bad adult too. I'm not gonna be a bad adult. I'm gonna be a princess. That's right. Anjay is our princess.
Yep. She's our family's princess.
Yeah, I can't see it, sorry. I agree. You'd better come over to my house to play sometime. We'll have lots of fun. Okay. Thanks, Aunt Eva. Everyone's being really nice. It almost feels like I've become a real princess. It feels so great. I could almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake. Rattler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Anjay smiling happily from the distance, he smiled too. When she smiles like that, she really lives up to her name. It's so sad. I agree. It really is a smile fit for an angel. I hope that smile comes from the real Anjay, and not just a piece. Even if it doesn't, she's watching this. And she can think it through herself. This game between you and Anjay really is overflowing with affection. So much that it's irritatingly slow for me. And what's wrong with that? There's no one to get in her way. No obstacles or tactics or anything else to worry about. That's right. This game is no longer a battle. Now that you mention it, this is cleaning up. Cleaning up after our game. I'll never be able to make up for the sin I did to her through my careless actions. We have to take responsibility for our game. We'll make up for our sins together. That's why we're showing Anjay this final game. Do you think that Anjay will be able to use the key the right way? Of course. I'm not about forcibly dragging her in the direction we think is right. Such an attempt would probably have been meaningless. When you're forced to make a decision, it's hard to accept that it was truly a correct one, no matter how much time passes. Exactly. Anjay has to think and choose for herself. Even if she doesn't make the decision we view as the correct one, I think we should respect it. You are the game master. I cannot argue with you anymore. I will simply watch on and enjoy this night. This game is really significant for Anjay. But for us, it's kind of like a party after the show. How's the awesome going? Hello, Fire Mountain. I need to watch the bot of your stream because I missed the thing. I wanted to see the thing. I have to see it next time. Or I'll have to see it in the bot. It's almost time. But are you sure? Anjay might get the wrong idea again, right? It'll be fine. In fact, what thing? Oh, you know, the thing. The big party change. In fact, this is necessary. Just like how you appeared in the way you did. And everyone else, too. Then, let us enjoy this final celebration with the others. After all of them had acted their parts so well in this long game. That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out.
Your attention, everyone. Please gather. And now, for today's special event.
Goda had been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving cart in front of him was a large, sliced chocolate cake.
As the highlight of tonight's Halloween party, I prepared this Shasher torch for you all. As you can see, it was made especially for the Yoshinomiya family, and bears the crest of the Wang-winged eagle in chocolates.
The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present.
What a splendid cake! A perfect highlight for the party. Oh no! It's not just a cake. Tonight's cake has a little secret. Master, I ask that you explain that secret to everyone. Very well. This is a bit of a game. One slice of this cake will be used to select the winner.
It's got an almond in it! Anja shouted happily. Ginso looked at her and nodded.
In just one slice of this cake, there is a single almond. The one who chooses that piece shall become tonight's king.
Ooh! It's been a long time since I played the king game. I'm guessing the subject matter was a bit different when you played it. So, what happens to the person who becomes the king?
The king gets to name one wish. Then, we shall all try to grant it together.
Oh, sounds interesting. Oh, kings are boys. Girls can't be kings. You need to keep dreaming. You need to believe, Maria.
If a girl wins, they get to become the princess.
The almond! The one with the almond wins! The King K plastic... Oh, you mean the Dia de Reyes Rosca? Yes, it's kind of like that. Except that one is... There's multiple plastic babies in that one. It's not just one. And whoever gets it needs to invite everyone to tamales in a later date. Right? Right? That's right. You're incredible, Anjay. In times like this, luck can tell you something about a man. Can't let myself loose now. Hold up there. Let the smallest kids choose first. Good idea. Anjay-chan, you can go first. The plastic baby is also a Mardi Gras thing. Whoa! That's cool. Hey, you're the big cousin now, Maria. Let Anji-chan go first. But what if Anji wins? Oh. I'm gonna win. The almond wins. The almond wins.
It seems the old fogies must hope that leftovers are lucky today.
If we're going by age, I guess that means Kinsel's last.
But weren't you 1,000 years old?
No! Everyone burst out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19 years old. In front of Anjay lay a large cake, split into several pieces. Just one of those pieces was the winner.
Well then, Anjay-sama, which piece would you like? Whichever you choose, it will be ever so delicious.
No way. I only want the winning one. Well then, you'll have to try and guess right on the first shot. Go ahead, pick one. Battler pushed Ande's small back towards the table with the cake. Which one should I take? The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces. I want to pick the one with the almond and become the princess. One of them has an almond. Which could it be? I get to choose first. That sort of feels unfair. I mean, it is, isn't it? My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. Oh no, don't start with probability theory. There's no way I'll get it. And then, when Maria One-chan goes after me, he has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. The next person has a 1 in 13 chance, then a 1 in 12 chance, and the last person will win for sure. I would fuck up this PowerPoint cake. Nichan, this isn't fair. It's harder for the person who goes first. Well, yeah, but if you get it first, everybody else loses. The last person might not even get a chance. Everyone laughed. Apparently, there was something wrong with my calculations, but I still didn't like it.
Then let us start this contest of luck with Anjay-sama. Please, feel free to make your selection.
Okay. Okay. If I had to pick one out of so many, there's no way I'll win. For some reason, tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune. Have you decided yet? Yeah, decided. This one's the winner. I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was... choose a slice. And you said umineko was not a game. There's freaking gameplay. Which one do we choose, guys? Which one do I choose? Call now. You have no way of telling me because these are not numbered and there's 15 of them. Pick the right... This one? This one is to the right. Let's see. Two minus 4. So this one? Is this 2 minus 4 to you? I mean, I guess we can go with this one. Oh, you can't save. You can't see the menu here. Two minus for me. No! Well, it's over. I chose by accident. This one.
This one? Are you sure?
I've made up my mind. I want this one. When he asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instinct. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that this young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Koda took the chosen slice, put it on a plate with a fork, and handed it to Anji. I go next. Ooh, what should I take? It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group, all by myself. I was struck by a temptation to quickly cut the cake open and check for an almond inside. However, I stopped myself. If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, then when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up, if only slightly. This is some awesome way of thinking. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. Yeah, that's how it works. But if someone picks a winner while I'm sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait just long enough for as many losers to show up as possible. My chances of winning are highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. Yeah, it's a trick to win in this game. Do you think this is the 6-year-old Anji or the adult Anji? What a strange thought. It feels like I'm missing something. Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me. The almond inside it will appear or disappear, depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory. But I did realize that something was strange. The cat cake, yeah. There is always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens outside the box, it shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. And yet, I'm being shaken about by the events outside the cat box, trying to use those to change the way I observe the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside of me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that, even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. Maybe it's because I drank Dad's adult drink. Anji just fucking rushed back into the game when she heard that there was a choice that she had to pick. Like, man, I really need to take revenge on my aunt, and then I'll probably live hating her for the rest of my life in misery. Then somebody said, "Did you know that this episode has actual gameplay?" And she just goes, "Oh shit, for real?" In the end, even though I chose the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I'd seen that everyone else has lost, my chance of winning will be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. It's much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 one, so I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest. But I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them. How's it going? Has everyone found the winner? Oh, mine didn't have one. I lost too. Guess I'll have to give up on being the princess.
If you lose, this Sazir tour really is beautiful and delicious. Even if you lose. It's such a good decoration, it's almost a shame to eat it. How about you? Got the almonds?
Nope. Not me either. What about you, Hideyoshi-Nisan? Mine's a loser too. Looks like I've used up all my luck with my company and my wife. What exactly do you mean by that? What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
Oh, I did win!
It would be so funny if they just decided to make Nanjo important now.
I'm checking it now. Games like this can truly can be fun. Every now and then. Indeed. Sometimes a simple test of luck, but any strategy or tactics can be quite entertaining. What about you, Beato?
Where's the liar who said leftovers would be lucky? Ugh. What about you, Anjay?
I win! I get to be the princess!
Was there an almond in yours? I'm checking now. Oh, you still haven't touched yours? I didn't follow in my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Onichan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be so happy if I win. But even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night. So that's okay. Battler should have made that an incentive for the original games. Battler, if you win, you get to be the princess. Like, oh shit! I got to put on hold when this cake game started. But before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play like that again soon. Huh? What's up, Anjay? Oh? I lifted up that tiny thing with my fork and stared at it, then showed it to my brother. This is an almond, right? Whoa! Anjay got it! It's awesome! At the same time, the stir rose up in the other corner of the room. I got one! I won!
Oh, so Eva won. My. Congratulations, Eva-sama.
That's wrong! I won! Mine had the almond! I held the almond high and shouted across the room. What the? The crowd around Eva split and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised too. The thing in her hand was, without a doubt, an almond.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Eva! Goda. There seem to be two almonds. So are they both winners?
But that shouldn't have. Does this mean that one of the two winners made a mistake?
Anji-sama is clearly an almond. How about your end, Kanon-kun? Eva-sama is clearly an almond.
And it seems that they both win. Master. What an odd occurrence. What's all this, Goda? Well, it seems we've had a little mistake. Perhaps they should do rock, paper...
Come now, don't be stingy. It just means that two almonds had appeared to signify the queen and the princess.
Precisely. Let's have them both be winners. Oh, well, but...
Goda was hesitant. Actually, he had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for two people. Multiple truths, multiple almonds. So it wasn't convenient for there to be two kings. When Eva heard Goda mumbling something to this effect, she shrugged and laughed. In that case, let's have Anji-chan be the princess. The princess? I'm the princess? I'll be your attendant. That works, right? Of course it worked. Anji had been worried that Eva would be declared the winner, since she had spoken out first. So he hadn't even ever dreamed that Eva would give up to her. But, are you sure? You want to? It's okay. I get to be your attendant. Come, princess. What wish do you want granted? Let's hear it. I've already chosen my wish. Oh? And what is it? Won't you tell your aunt? I want this fun time to keep on going. Forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart. What we were doing before this was fun, so I'd like to keep doing it. I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish. I win, bitch. What were we doing before this? Oh, you mean those tricks and quizzes? Yeah. Then let's do this. Listen up, everyone. This is an order from your princess. Remember how much fun we were having earlier? Let's all entertain Anji-chan with tricks and quizzes. Top 10 song right here for me. I love this song.
Hold up there. I've already used up all my magic tricks.
Then let's do quizzes and riddles. So, we just need to entertain Anji-chan with quizzes. We can all present quizzes for our princess to enjoy. I see. Understood.
Yes, how intriguing. Then, Anji, let us do it this way. Everyone will give you a quiz or a riddle, and you can try to solve them. Well, it is the final episode, it makes sense. Each time you succeed, I will give you a medal.
A medal. He probably means some sort of commemorative medallion. If you get a lot of puzzles right, you'll get a lot of medal.
Just gathering medals is a tad boring, don't you think? Yes. Depending on the number of medals you collect, I shall give you a fantastic present. Well, do you suddenly feel fired up?
It sounds amazing. So, there's even a prize. Isn't that great, Anjay?
Yeah.
Everyone gathered around me, smiling, as they thought about what sort of puzzle they'd give. They're all thinking about me so that they can play with me. Does the feel of having that all to myself almost make me explode with joy, becoming the princess? Okay, I think we're gonna stop here because I feel like this is a really good stopping point. Something very interesting is going to happen from here on out. So get excited about that. I also don't want people to be falling asleep while this is going on, so it's better if we get to this part earlier rather than late. Oh, Claire. This truly is the most fascinating world. Get very excited. Calling her... Yeah, because it's gonna be really tough to cut this part off with the things I have planned out for this. I was like, man, when is this part going to happen? I don't know. I have no idea how far into a stream this is gonna be in. If it's like 2 hours in, this is gonna be troublesome for me. But thankfully it was 4 hours in, so... We can do something about this, for sure. Otherwise, yeah, I would go for another hour and a half, but something... We need to do some stuff, let's just say that. And before we stop, we need to look at the results of the poll. And we can use this awesome music to look at it, so... It all works out for me. While I do this, you can look at this image again. Check it out. You in the poll? No, it's still there. You can do it. There's no time limit. Look at my spoiler-free image for episode 8. Okay. So let's go on with the... Where did I put the thing with the ball? I think I removed it. No! Here it is. The other awesome image? Oh, Fire Mountain already saw that one. In secret, she already saw that image. It's right here in the corner, though. The Badler Proximity Sadness meter. It's so good. Very important. Very important and very good. I should shout you out for that one, honestly. There you go. I do really like it. Man, this song is so fucking good. Earlier, people were mentioning what their favorite songs were. This is probably a top 10 for me. I love this song. Okay, so... I like that people answered the option 1 question. Thank you. Apparently, everybody voted for option 1. Well done. I did a gimmick joke. That's fine. I told people that they can answer in other if they want to. Okay, let's see the answers. Thank you for the stream. No problem. I hope you didn't see shit about this, because otherwise, unless you're caught up, I don't know. Maybe you're caught up. You haven't told me that you're not caught up, so you could just be caught up. No, I was lurking. I just didn't want to say anything, but I know everything now. You didn't. Oh, okay. Well, then I hope you didn't watch any of the stream. You better not watch this. You better get caught up and then you can watch it. I was lurking with all the knowledge. Nice. Let's go. And Laha too, yeah. Laha is also lurking with all the knowledge. Okay, let me show you the results of the polls. I believe everybody who wanted to vote has already voted. I was told not to watch, so you did not watch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the loyalty. I feel like I can trust you with my life. I was also told not to watch. I'm such a good streamer. I tell people not to watch my streams and they obey me. Okay, here we go. First, this one. Favorite characters? Wow, look at that! Battle 1! She keeps doing it, she keeps getting away with it. She keeps getting those wins. Now let me see, who else is here? Second place we have Shannon. Okay. And Anjay. Anjay really won people over in that tea party, I guess. Battler was not very present in that one. That's why. Canon with only 2? No! Well, he didn't appear much as well. One vote for Landlord. Come on, guys. Battler was not even there. I guess she was there in spirit. Because at one point, the rules are mentioned, so I guess that's like the cameo appearance of Landlord. And we have Leon, Separ and 4-4, and Will, pretty high up as well. And one vote for Yasu. And one vote for Kirie. Wow! And one vote for Jessica. I think I know who that one is. One for Lambda, one for Burn. You would have voted for her. Who? Who was there? Kirie? I mean, she's always been there. I don't delete characters from the poll. Yasu is another. Yasu was added by somebody else. It was not an option. Yeah, it was a write-in. I didn't add Yasu for the same reason I didn't add Claire. Because I am evil and I don't want you to, and I didn't want to steal votes from Beto, basically. I'm like, no, if you want to vote for this character, you need to vote for Beto. Good night, Laha. Have a good rest. I only voted for... Oh, really? Beato, Shannon, Canon, Gap, Leon. Who did I vote for? I voted for Beato. I voted for Gap. I voted for Will. And who are the other two? I think I voted for Burn. And I voted for Eva. Because I... I kind of like Burn in this one. And Eva was also pretty good towards the end. Eva was being epic for once. She finally became the girl boss she wanted to be. And now let's see the other one. What do we have on the other one? Wow, look at that. Kinso's back on track, baby. Remember when Kinso just kind of faded from people's memory? For like 5 episodes and he never made it back to the top 3 of the most hated characters? Look at him. Look who's back. Seems like Italian Beato couldn't take the lead even with the Italian buff. Nobody voted for her. 3 votes for Erika. That one is really funny. Really, really funny. Voting that 3 people voted for Erika. 3 votes for Kirie, 3 votes for George. 3 votes for George is like, yeah, I'm clocking in. I'm doing my daily grind. I clock in for work. I do my daily activities. I do my usual fuck you to George, and then I go take lunch. Rosa got 2. Rudolph got 2. I voted for Rudolph. I fully voted for Rudolph. Okonogi is another interesting one, because I understand why people voted for Okonogi, but it is a little bit of a delayed response. Because that would have been better for episode 6. George stays on the boat all... Yeah. Eva 3-1? I think people are just getting delayed responses in this poll. Like, hey, I remember this character and I'm getting pissed off. 3 for Genji. Oh, I remember who my votes for this were. I voted for Kinso, obviously. Obviously, I voted for Kinso. I voted for Rudolph and I voted for Kirie. And then I voted for Genji and Nanjo. And it seems like, just like I did, everybody else gave Kumasawa a pass. It's like, well, you know what? I can forgive Kumasawa. I cannot forgive Nanjo nor Genji. Genji and Nanjo really, really did some fucked up shit and pissed people off in this one. Brink is still, you know, I honestly didn't vote on hate of her because, I mean, she's just a funny cat. She's just doing funny cat business. She doesn't know better. She was even forced to do this. She didn't want to do it in the first place. She was done with the game. She's so mean in episode. Oh, she's a cat. Okay, that's what cats do sometimes. Sometimes cats are not in the mood. Sometimes they just scratch you for no reason. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and nobody's mad at Featherine for making her do it. I like to. Okay, so there's gonna be one more poll. I'm gonna make one more poll. When this is all over, or when we're close to being over, and I think that one's gonna be a definitive vote. No, recency bias is no longer in play. Everything goes. You need to pick your top 5 characters and your top 5 hated characters, like for real. No more recency bias. And since it's gonna be the last one, I might extend the number to a bigger number that isn't 5. Because, you know, it's hard. Sometimes you just want to vote for Natsuhi and you can't because there's so many good characters. It's like, fuck, man, I want to vote for Natsuhi, so it's gonna have to be higher. To 19, basically. I'm basically in that zone right now. 10 would probably be the best, I think. I think if I had people choose 10, it would be fine. And we would get a lot of very varied results. And people would be able to vote for Captain Kawabata without feeling guilty about it. Okay, maybe Captain Kawabata is in a top 3, but he's definitely a top 10. Okay. Let's rate out top 91 Umineko characters. Almost. We're getting there, but not quite. If we decided that the servants that represent the 7 stakes are extra characters, that would be another 7 characters added to the roster. Love getting to see Yumi in its original form. I forget that people usually play with the upgraded backgrounds. I'm gonna be honest. I think the new backgrounds are really nice. I think they did a very good job of them. And I really like that they added CGs. It really adds to a lot of the scenes. I love the picture backgrounds. To me, they're like the perfect atmosphere for this story. And I couldn't really have it any other way. Like, one of the reasons I'm doing all these images in the actual backgrounds is because I really like them. Love when stuff looks like shit. Yeah! I love when it looks like somebody wiped their asses with this picture. It's really good. I think it's really, really good. I would do this for my VN if I wasn't using things that basically have no pictures of. Because a lot of them are settings where people are not allowed to take pictures. For NDA reasons. Those things that look similar since it's gonna get filtered to hell anyway. I keep looking at the Battler proximity meter, and from far away it looks like a cover of a Tales game. You know what I mean? You kind of look at this from afar and it kind of looks like the cover of Tales of Symphonia or Tales of the Abyss. It has like the same colors. I am going to right now. I need to stop talking and let you sleep all. Let you have fun. Let you eat your chalky cake. Okay, have a good night. I hope you enjoyed this awesome installment of Umineko episode 8. Next one, I don't know, there might be audience participation. Perhaps. So look forward to that. Okay, good night. Take care. Have a good one. Thank you for being nice. And don't let the seagulls bite you. Bye!